Kurt DeVille with Counterpunch Boxing News, and I am once again live for this main event. Okay, so we have Hitchins versus Kambosos Jr. As you guys know, we are already in here. Tony Lyons, yes, I'm here. First man with the wrench, smashing the like button. Counterpunch to you, Tony Lyons in the building. Mama Lou, hiya Kurt, it's going great. Skrilla 50, wrench crew in the building. Skrilla 50, CPB in, maintenance crew. Absolutely, you get things done. You know what? Guess what? Mama Lou, what it do? Okay, we are in this place. Scott McQuillan, what's up, fight fans? What's up, Scott McQuillan? Brandonio, TNL, let's go, champ. Or is that let's go, champ, like Shannon? Let's go, champ. Conrad Francis in the building. 100 deuces. Okay, we're still doing the prelim, and I'm early because I was like, you know what? I've just done a couple videos for tomorrow, and let's look at the up-and-coming talent. Why not? Fook Noose in the building. Counterpunch to you. William Scroggins, what up? Counterpunch, William. We got Silva coming in the ring. This is still a part of the prelim, so let's do it. To this day, Scott McQuillan. Yeah, we will be with Deontay the Bronze Bomber Wilder pretty soon on the 27th. The 28th will belong to the slot of Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr. So we got to see how that's going to pan out. We will see soon. You know, we have Hitchins. Hitchins is a guy, you know, he is the IBF belt holder. He is that guy. Jay, Bomb Squad in the building. Richard Hitchins, he's a pretty good fighter, you know. He is a guy that he's decent. He's decent. I think Kambosos is the underdog. He should be the underdog, but I think he's trying to make his legacy. You know, I think he's trying to make it stick. Charles Wilson, great day and great evening, brother Kurt, all mods and the chat. Appreciate you, Charles Wilson, in the building. Joseph Parker, our Kiwi, is the uncrowned heavyweight champion, champion American heavyweights. Oh, that's a hell of a title. That's a hell of a title. Skrilla 50 in the building. King Skrilla in the building. Counterpunch to you. 19-0, no losses, no draws, 7 wins by KO. I predict a unanimous decision of Hitchins. Okay. Richardson Hitchins. That sounds, it should be Hitchins Richardson, right? I don't know. Anyway, all right, appreciate you. Z High Life X, love your work. Appreciate you, brother. Jay, who would you have between Parker and Fury? You know, I don't think about that much because based on the reality and the history between the two guys, that's almost like saying, who would you have winning between Timothy Bradley and Terrence Crawford? Because, you know, those guys, you know, Vladimir Klitschko versus Vitaly Klitschko, Joseph Parker versus Tyson Fury. These guys have a bond, friendship or relation that they have both said that they don't want to go or cross. But looking at the way they fight, it doesn't mean I can't give a prediction. And you know what? Looking at Joseph Parker versus Tyson Fury would be very interesting, and I'm going to tell you why. Joseph Parker has good footwork. What gave Tyson Fury issues was with Usyk was his footwork. Because, sure, we had Tyson Fury with his own stuff, his own attributes, but we also had someone that was just a little bit quicker. Now it's Joseph Parker that quicker. Nishant on this issue, on this in this corner versus Silva? And I would have to say no, but then I see Usyk. A lot of people say, "Oh, he's the same." No, he's not the same. He is naturally slowing down, wearing down, tearing down, whatever down. He's not getting quicker. He's not getting any better. He's just that good, though. You have to keep in mind, and I think what people don't understand on how good Usyk is. Well, compare Usyk to Parker. Parker has the ability to come in and out, but Parker is also 270 pounds now as a heavyweight. A lot of people gave me a lot of stick when I made that damn short a few weeks ago about Joseph Parker being too big. It was a question, people, but he was thick. And I just reminded people of how small but fast he used to be. You see what I mean? So that's all I was really doing. And we don't say that no more. You know, we say that about smaller heavyweights like Alexander Usyk. But to answer the question, it'll be a very interesting fight because Tyson Fury fighting Joseph Parker. Tyson Fury looked better in the first Usyk fight, but he didn't in the second. And you guys know my doctrine. This is how I look at fights. I can only look at the last performance the fighter has. Now, I could give someone the benefit of the doubt, but it really wouldn't be fair in an even world, an equal world. What did we see last? Okay? That's just like us saying, because it's not fair for us to say, oh man, well, I've seen this fighter better. We've all seen fighters better, but it doesn't really mean that they're better presently. You see what I'm saying? Versus back then. Hell, back then they were better. They were faster, sharper, younger, stronger, hungrier, whatever. Uninjured or whatnot, you know. But now we can only go off of how they were. Well, Tyson Fury, his last fight was Usyk. He didn't look as well as he did in the first fight. But you have to understand, maybe he was, shit, we seen him crawl out of those bars. Do you think that that's the only time that Tyson Fury did that shit? He might have done that a few times, maybe a dozen. You know what I mean? And then you seen him the next week throwing and hitting the bag like no tomorrow. I mean, you know. But then I'm just making excuses for him, honestly, because I do think that, you know, we only go off the last performance. Usyk looked good in this last performance. But then again, here's the thing. Tomorrow is another day. So, Joseph Parker, the guy that fought Martin McCauley, versus the Tyson Fury that fought Alexander Usyk in the second fight. That's who we go upon. That's what we're looking at. So now that we've got the the tape and matchups and this, that, and the other, I got to give it to Parker because Tyson didn't look he looked more stationary because he looked like he was trying to be more Kronks, but that didn't work with Alexander Usyk in his style. That Eastern European style that tie side to side, window wiping ass side to side. It didn't work with him. That's why he lost. Okay, that's why Tyson got beat because Tyson couldn't deal with all that shit coming at you. Someone, that shit'll drive you crazy. And then I think, speaking of Mr. Dubois, yes, I said Mr. Dubois. I think that's what gave him fits. Yeah, you get hit with a shot, I'm like, fuck, where did that come from? You know what? Let me get down. I'm through. I'm done. You know what I mean? I think I hit this dude legal anyway. Let me get on my knees and say, let me count myself out because I'm sick of this shit. You know what I mean? So that wasn't enough for Tyson or his Crunk style. But since he has a Crunk style versus Joseph Parker's added weight, I give it a 55-45 in favor of Joseph Parker. Because I think Joseph Parker, being heavier in the early rounds, would be able to hurt Tyson Fury. You see what I mean? I think that's the deal. And I think he's mobile enough earlier to land on Tyson. Like he did Wilder, he would come in and come out, come in and come out on Tyson Fury, and Tyson Fury would be trying to come in. You know, Tyson's clever, though. Don't get it twisted. He is clever. He is good. He's still a good fighter. He's still one of the best fighters of this era. He's just not the best fighter of this era. A lot of people just thought I was just shitting all over Tyson. I was not. I was just saying he is one of the best, but he's not the best based on his word of mouth, and that's not how it's going to be determined on speak on how good you are. I'm the best ever. I'm the best man that came of his mom's, the JJ. It doesn't matter if you're not beating and fighting everyone that is undefeated, that is reigning, that is climbing, that does want to fight. And if you haven't fought them, you can't say that you're the best. That's all I was saying. But no, people gave me the third degree, but hey, that was yesteryear. I think Joseph Parker would beat Tyson Fury early now. Okay, with probably a TKO if he could hurt Tyson and keep him on the canvas. The reason I keep saying Joseph Parker early, okay, is because we don't know what Joseph Parker and how he will perform later on in that fight. Mid to later rounds, mid rounds to championship rounds to the end. We don't know how he will fight, or we don't know anything about him and that 20 extra damn pounds. All we know is he knocked out Martin McCauley getting off the couch. He caught him with a good shot that showed that he could punch. I think the theory of the whole, hey, let me add more bulk so I can land and be harder punching, that might have worked early. But understand, that's the pro of Joseph Parker gaining 20 pounds. What's the con? The con could be, and I'm not saying it will, but it could be, he might get tired in round 8 or 9. He might turn into a Zili Zane. Because you have to remember, this Joseph Parker, like I said and explained with that I had in the short, that Joseph Parker was a smaller dude and he was okay as a fighter. Now, people may say, nah, he's matured. He's a bigger puncher now and he's got more weight. It looks good on him. Don't hate. Bars, right? But we don't know how that is going to affect him in the later rounds. So if he was going to fight Tyson Fury, one thing about Tyson can manage the weight. If you don't push him, if you don't pressure him, if you don't force him a crazy fight like Francis Ngannou did, he's going to be there. He can hold that weight. He can manage his own shit. We don't know that about Joseph Parker because it hasn't been determined, because he hasn't went in later rounds weighing 268 pounds. Bars. You guys see what I'm saying with this? So between Joseph Parker and Tyson, if they fought, we may have a one hell of a fight. Style versus Joseph Parker's added weight style, it would probably be a banger. But Joseph Parker is an honorary gypsy brother of Tyson Fury, so they won't fight anyway, according to Tyson Fury. So there you go. Eunice Butterball, counterpunch to you. My man, Kurt, handsome DeVille. Appreciate you, brother. Kurt, before we get too deep in boxing, I see your live from yesterday, and you had a B12 shot. I think, how good is this for training? B12 shots are good for prep. So let's say if you're going, all right, Monday, let's say you're going to start training hard Monday. It's Saturday. Get one today. Chill tomorrow. Go hard Monday. That's how I did. I got it right here. So I feel great today. You guys can tell I feel good today. I don't feel drained. And I've been moving for 3 days. Right? So 3 days from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Well, no. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Right, I've been training. So I mean, moving. So moving shit, big shit. Deep freezers, sofas, chairs, couches, tables, and all that. You know, 2 guys moving type shit. Right. So that's what it was. But as I got that B12 shot yesterday, and I rested this morning, you know, I woke up feeling great. Took me some magic mind to the face. I'm in place. Bars. So yeah, B12, don't try to do what I used to do. take a B12 shot and go to the gym. No, it's not a booster. It's not a TRT or no shit. No, it's to bring back the B12 in your body that you've either depleted some kind of way or your body doesn't produce like it probably should. Okay, so yeah, when you take it one today, and then chill the next day, and then go hard the next day. So wait a day. So it is what it is. Philip Herovic versus Adelaide in step back in his career. That is a do or die. That is a stepper. That is a fight between two guys that are not really determined where their career is right now. Okay. Philip Herovic took his first L against Danny Dubois. Danny Dubois has made a list of people that he's beat up. He took a hiatus or he skipped a fighter with Joseph Parker. But Philip Herovic went MIA. But what hurt Herovic was the way that actually the reason why people liked him. People liked him because he was a shit talker. They knew that he could talk. I just think that Daniel Dubois, he has muscles, but he lacks balls. Let's see if he has balls, man. I don't think he has balls because, he quit. He quit, man. And then, and the crazy thing was the fight started. The 5 versus 5 started, and I'm like, okay, Herovic, Dubois, everybody front row. You got Frank, you got Eddie, you got AJ in there. He's chilling with both of them. You got Turkey Al-Sheikh just chilling. And Philip Herovic, started, just bat. And I'm thinking like, oh my God, where is the defense on this kid Dubois? No wonder Joe Joyce peppered his ass with a jab until he broke his eye socket. This kid can't move his head. That was one of those things that you guys know. That was one of the issues with Danny Dubois. He ate a lot of leather from Philip Herovic, but the bastard took it, right? And I think what happened, Philip punched himself out more than likely. I don't think the punches are obviously affected him. Of course, the clash of heads, the cuts and the bruises and the swells and the other distractions. But I think what stopped Philip Herovic from punching, the bastard punched himself out. He thought like Jarrell Miller thought, and Jarrell Miller was 500 pounds thinking the same shite. Hey, this guy is going to bitch up once I get in his shit. Once I land a few good punches, he's going to go down south. Okay? He's going to take a knee. He's going to Colin Kaepernick this shit when I start landing. And they both thought the same thing, and they were both wrong. So, since Philip Herovic talked all that shit, got his ass whooped, got stopped in the 8th or 9th round, he went MIA. And that was bad. Because anybody that talked that much and got the type of juice and the buzz from talking about what you can do, and you're undefeated, and you got a win over Zhang, and you're stating what you're going to do, and you had this to say about Anthony Joshua, then you had this to say about Jarrell Miller, and he was just talking shite about people here and there and everywhere. Then he gets beat. 5 versus 5, Matchroom versus Queensberry. He gets beat up by Daniel Dubois because Daniel comes back, opens a can of whip ass, and sends his ass into like a retirement. And speaking of retirement, this dude saying, if I lose to Daniel Dubois, I'm not good, man. Remember that? I'm going to retire. Remember he said that? El Animal said that he's going to retire. That's what he said. And I think he thought about the words. That's why loose lips sink ships. Be careful with allowing your mouth to write a check that your ass can't cash. Bars. This is the truth, people. So, he beats Joe Joyce, and he was a replacement, which that was a good step. But then Joe Joyce has fell so far from grace. Him, Dillian White, who else is down there right now with them? Because those guys are in the crack somewhere trying to crawl the hell out. You got Dillian White, the B-side on Moses Atoma. That's how far down the rankings he slid. You know what I mean? Then you got to notch up, Jarrell Miller and company and those guys. And Jarrell Miller just fought Andy Ruiz, which was a decent fight, But we don't even know if Andy would have been injured, how that fight would have really matured. But Adelaide. David Adelaide, he gets beat by Fabio Wardley after he talked a lot of shite. Remember that? That was a bad build-up. It was a very nasty fight, and Fabio found a way to take it home. Right? So, it is what it is. Great analysis, Kurt. I agree it would be an interesting fight, a chess match, I believe. But as of late, we've seen Parker be better than last time we saw Fury. Fury could take it late due to experience. Well, that's the only thing I give Fury is the idea or the ability to take it late, especially if he senses Joseph Parker to get tired, because Joseph Parker is carrying around 20 pounds of weight that he's never experienced in a professional setting before. So that's what I say about that. Ooh, good right uppercut from Silva. So you have Dev versus Silva, right? Where did you learn to imitate speaking like those boxers? Just hearing them all the time. Just hearing boxing all the time. Hearing people, talk in their speech patterns and shit. Like Oscar De La Hoya. I'm just ready to fight. I'm just here. I'm happy. I'm really good. I'm really ready to go. Call 10-10-3-2-1. 10-10-3-2-1. Puma. Let's go. Questionable. Dubois was dirty all that fight against Herovic. Come on. Eunice Butterball. I don't deny that. I'm not even going to argue about that. You know why? Because I agree. I could see you saying that. He did some dirty stuff. Dubois did some dirty shit in that fight. But the problem was when you have someone fighting dirty. Well, you have two problems. One, the referee. Two, the corner of the person that's getting fouled. Okay? Because if the referee turns a blind eye, if he decides not to address the fouls, the injustice, well, 9 times out of 10, he's on the take. It's favoritism in the making. Or what you're witnessing is favoritism in that fight. However, what's the second issue? The second issue is the team of the fouled fighter, the victim. So you're looking at it like, okay, well, shit, they're not saying nothing. But then what is the team doing? Actually, we could add 3 to that because Philip himself, he's in the ring. He's the one getting headbutt. He could have told his corner, like, look, he's headbutting me. He could have told his corner. He could have told his head trainer. His head trainer is more than just telling him strategies. His head trainer is there also to protect him, to guide him, to show him, to inform anyone that would listen, including the ref. Hey, like, ref, he's headbutting all night, man. What you going to do about that? You know what I'm saying? So if the fighter, if they don't see it first off, and they should see it first off, like, yo, that's a foul. Yo, that's a rabbit punch. Yo, that's a kidney punch. Yo, that's a low blow. Yo, he's holding too much. What the hell is he doing? Oh, that's that's a shove. That's dirty. If those guys don't see that, then he should get another trainer or another corner altogether. You know what I'm saying? Because people are, if you know boxing, you can see what's right and what ain't right, what's legal and ain't legal. They should know that. So if Herovic was getting headbutt, which he was, because Danny Dubois turned into a Evander Holyfield. Bow, boop, bow, boop, bow, boop, 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 bow. He was laying in there, leaning, throwing that head, throwing those bows. He was doing that. But at the same time, if you can't open your mouth, proclaim the injustice, you know what I mean? Make and start showing and telling the ref to make him accountable of what his own damn job is. You're not doing your job. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, Butterball. You see? Because it's like this. It's like, look, if they're not protesting, what's the need of there's no issue. You see what I mean? Mike Tyson used to twist fighters' arm trying to break it. If that doesn't work, he would eat their ears. Yeah, Mike Tyson would jack you up like he did Francois Botha. You guys remember that fight? I ain't even talking about the Holyfield fight. I don't even really like talking about that fight. But Francois Botha was an issue where Mike Tyson, had because Francois Botha was one of those guys. He was like a piss poor man's Klitschko. The reason why I'm saying that is because the dude, he had a quick 1-2, pep, pep, grab. That's what he would do the whole time. Pep, pep, grab him, lock him up. Pep, pep, lock him up. That's what he would do the whole time. Pep, pep, and then grab. Do some roughhousing in there. And then if he can get one arm free, pep, pep, and that pissed Mike Tyson off. And Mike, understand, this is the Mike that used to use a plastic cock to piss out of. So this was an intoxicated, under the influence, coked up, troubled, pissed off Mike Tyson. This is that Showtime Mike Tyson. This ain't the HBO Mike Tyson. This is the Showtime Mike Tyson. This is the Snow Time Mike Tyson. This is that Mike. So that Mike was crazy. That's the same Mike that threatened Andrew Galata and scared the Billy piss out of him. That's the same dude. So Francois Botha tried that 1-2 grab, hit and hold, and he was pissing Mike off. And then Mike, yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, that was the issue, because he kept jabbing and he was getting off with Mike, because he would land that 1-2, back, back, and Mike would always kind of lean in, because that Mike wouldn't. He wasn't that Mike Tyson that, he wasn't that dude. No. He was a dude that kind of leaned and looked for certain little, kind of like how Canelo is now. He's not like that anymore. He's not that dude. He's not the dude that he used to be as far as movement. He was kind of, a portion of who he was. So he wasn't that guy that could dip under and, you know what I mean? He probably could, but he just didn't do it. Mike was dirty. He hit opponents when they were on the knee. Mike was crazy. Understand, I think when you say Mike was dirty, I think Mike was full of coke, full of alcohol, full of marijuana, full of whatever he was on at the time. That's what he did. Herovic changed. He's trainer. Now he's with Abel Sanchez. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, because and I'm going to tell you who else should change trainers just right off my dome. Tszyu. Tszyu's corner, they all ruined that guy's career at the time. Because you don't know how a person's career will end up in boxing. One fight for one, it could end your life. For two, you can be physically impaired for the rest of your life. For three, your credibility, your overall value and worth of your living conditions change when you do get fouled. Francois Botha enjoyed speaking racist comments to all his black opponents. He did it to Tyson and also did it to Michael Moore. Botha broke their emotions until they got him. Francois Botha was from a place where that was accepted. In fact, it was law. Racism was the law in South Africa because he was South African. Goddamn kefa, right? Kurt, who do you think wins, Tim versus Fondora rematch? I would definitely go with Tszyu. That's if Malataliev didn't destroy him. If hopefully Malataliev didn't pull a Zhang like Zhang did to Joe Joyce, hopefully Malataliev didn't do that to Tszyu. Because if he did, he may be in trouble. Because that means the Tszyu that fought Fondora is not the Tszyu, or nowhere near the Tszyu that fought Malatayev. Okay, so that's bad. That's bad. But no, Tim Tszyu was winning the fight. The fight should have been stopped, and when it happened, it was the second round for Christ's sake. So it should have been stopped then. And Tim Tszyu was beating. Tim Tszyu was countering that dude so well to the point you had a guy that is a volume puncher in Sebastian Fundora. And I like him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on Fundora. I just see Fundora being an anomaly because of his height and his size. Brian Mendoza showed us all. This is how you do it. You're going to take punches from him, but you have to go in and take it to him because his defense is not where it should be, being that tall, being with that reach. He can reach out and touch you. However, I'll say this though. Sometimes fighters can get away a long time with what they have physically, until they can't no more. Sebastian Fundora is one of those people. He's already tasted it, and he's going to taste it again. But I think Brian Mendoza just stayed in there. This guy's name is, I can look at him, but he fought him, but he beat the piss out of him. Fundora did, but then he dropped him. Now, was it Goucher? It wasn't Goucher. It was another guy. Good to see an Indian fighter. Wished they had won in the heavyweight division. Is he Indian? Is Fundora Indian? I don't know. He looks Indian. I didn't know it was Indian. Jay Roos Theory, KD in the place to be. So is Jay Roos coming in. Let's get it in. Bars. Dev has won this fight. So the prelims are, well, not the prelims, but this fight's over. Now I'm talking about the guy Dev. Boxing is too much gatekeeping. Why is George getting another title shot? He just fought for it like a fight ago. Yeah. Well, George Kambosos, though, it's like this. It's called milking it. It's called milking it. Can you do an imitation of Andy Ruiz? I love that last time you did it. It's called milking it, people. See, when you milk it, a lot of people milked it. Sugar Shane Mosley milked it. Cotto milked it to the first. Cotto was just a lot smarter than most people. But Sugar Shane, he milked it. Josecito Lopez, he milked it. Guys that Sean Porter kind of does the same thing. You know, these guys have these tough opponents where they become somewhat like they're still there, but more than likely they're safe. They're bridger fighters at this point because they're not, I can't say prepared. They're not meant to win. They are designed. That's why they were chosen. Kambosos is chosen because Kambosos more than likely won't beat Richard Hitchins. Richard Hitchins is the upcoming fighter. George Kambosos is the guy that once upon a time was for a little bit of time. You see what I mean? He had his time and fun, and it is time to shine. Okay, so there you go. But he has a name. See, Richard Hitchins is fighting a guy that's known, that was labeled the Emperor, right? Because he had every belt, okay, except the Devin Haney WBC belt that he was, I guess, given to or whatnot. But he lost twice. He beat Teofimo, so he became the unified. But still, his best win is Teofimo Lopez because he took that O from Tio. CJ in the building, counterpunch to you. Kurt, Usyk versus Parker is a fight I really wanted to see. I would like to see Usyk fight someone bigger than that is also technically fast and skilled. Uh, I don't know. I think the best thing for Usyk is to keep winning because I think the more he wins and the easier he wins. See, here's the thing. This is what you okay. You have what we want for boxing, then we have who we support in boxing. And some of you guys support some people in boxing. Some guys are Usyk fans. So if you're a fan of Usyk, you would want Usyk to yeah, Dev, bro, he's busting this kid up. Yeah, they had to stop this because this is just target practice. Oh yeah, that he's good too. Dev is good body punching. But I think if you do want Usyk to lose, it's going to be up to his skill if he wins or loses. But I think for boxing, if you wanted him to win, if you wanted to support him, and you wanted him to stay fighting, I think what you should want is you should want Alexander Usyk winning as easily as possible because I think the way he explained it, like, oh, I think I'm going to retire. I think he'll retire if he gets into a fight, a tough fight. That's why I think Vladimir did, because Vladimir was like, Vladimir was in a very good fight. Vladimir was probably that was probably the best fight Vlad had in the last 10 years. But he made it what it was as well, because it does take two to tango. And in that fight, you've had very little holding. You had rock'em sock'em back and forth, chess match, boxing matches, round after round, that in each and every round almost in that boxing match, a fight broke out. Okay, so that is what it is. Teramona fighting again. Hey, yes, that's another person I want to talk about. Teramona versus Moses Atoma. That's what Eddie Hearn's trying to do. Eddie Hearn is trying to set up that projected next big super fight between these guys. Of course, he has Teramona, so he's going to be the representative for Matchroom. And of course, Frank Warren has the legendary young savage Moses Atoma. So, Herovic wins by decision. Okay. What do you think about Herovic versus Adelaide? Who's going to win? I want to see how hard Adelaide can punch. I think he has some punching power. I just think he has issues with delivery. I look at Adelaide County. He reminds me of Bermain Stavern. Bermain Stavern does have punching power. I know he did anyway. So Teramona is really big and rangy. Yeah, he is. And it's up to these fighters that whoever gets in the ring with him, they're gonna have to deal with that shit. They're gonna have to deal with it. I really think that Usyk will start to speak English better when he loses all his belts and go to English college to learn to speak English. He may. I'm surprised on what he learns now. Because before, a few years ago, you didn't hear any of this. See, now it's just like a partial interpretation. Like certain words that he's not able he doesn't really quite know. He says them in Ukrainian. And then I think with hearing that, he's learning more too. I want Dubois to win because he's Brit, but I have nothing but respect for Usyk. Listen, I think that when we're dealing with Usyk, I'm okay with Usyk. I'm not quite sick of Usyk just yet. But I'm telling you, Alexander Usyk needs, if he beats Dubois, he needs to fight his mandatories. He doesn't need to fight a rematch, no trilogy, no bullshit. No. If Usyk beats Danny Dubois convincingly, Danny Dubois is sitting on the sidelines yet again, looking for his next opportunity, while guys ahead of him now by default because he just got beat by that champion, the undisputed heavyweight champion with all the belts champion. He should fight those guys next. Joseph Parker, then I get Caballo. Those are the guys on this list. And depends on how hard the Joseph Parker fight is for him if he wins. Because he could still win, but he could be injured. He could be hurt. He could, a lot of things happen in a fight, people. So that could take place. Then fight Caballo for your last fight. And if he doesn't fight Caballo for his last fight and he had an opportunity to, people should give him a stick. Because it's either retire, let the belts go back, and let the guys that are here fight for him. Don't let fighters that you've crowned. Alexander Usyk crowned Aget Caballo in the ring. He stepped in the ring, put the WBC interim belt. That looks exactly like the championship belt, mind you, right? But he is the WBC champion now, Alexander Usyk. But he put the belt. Have you seen Usyk crown Aget Caballo with the belt? He put it on him. He strapped him up. There's no need for trilogy if Usyk wins. Dubois would have had 2 bites at the cherry. But Usyk needs to fight Parker, Hunter, Caballo, or retire. He needs to fight them all. I'm not even really worried about Hunter unless Hunter does something for me. And I like Hunter. It's just, I've seen that fight before. Don't get me wrong. Very competitive fight. Alexander Usyk, when he came to Chicago, he took on the unbeaten Michael Bounty Hunter II. Right? That being said, though, that was a good fight. But Usyk still won. When did that happen? Usyk fought Michael Hunter probably in 2017. It was a time ago. It was a while ago. My first Father's Day today. Brandonio, happy Father's Day from the UK. Bars. Kurt, what do you know about Aleem Whitfield? I don't. Kurt, it was in Maryland, I believe. Was it in Maryland? I thought it was in Chicago. Maybe I got that confused with Adam Kalnacki. Okay. But Ed Ellerby, great counterpunch, because I didn't know. I thought it was in Chicago for some reason. Strange deal. But anyhow, it's Father's Day every day. Iron Sentinel. I heard that. I know that's the point. Let's see here. It's my birthday. 48 years, bloody old kids making breakfast for me while I watch the fights. Counterpunch to you, brother. You're having breakfast real early. Hitchins will KO Kambosos. I'll say this, though. When I seen Devin Haney versus Kambosos in Australia, I thought that Devin Haney was hovering over the gas pedal. I don't think he was flooring it. I don't think that he was putting what he could have put into it. See, Devin Haney should have knocked out George Kambosos because he was able to hit him at will. When you see a fighter that is able to back, boop, boop, back, boop, boop, back. When you see a guy putting punches together like that, but he don't knock out the opponent, he doesn't take the initiative, he doesn't step on the gas. If you see a guy that does that, that's bad for business. That means he's either carrying that guy or he's afraid to engage because he's still afraid to get hit. But none of that shit's entertaining. None of it. Jax Mans, counterpunch to you. Iron Sentinel, thanks, salute. Jax Man in the building, peeps. Peep. R. Falala. Salute, brother. All the way from South Auckland, New Zealand. R. Falala in the building. I hope I'm saying that right. Okay, yeah, get this cat out of here. Go away. Get the trolls out. We don't have time for trolls. Thank you. CJ in the building. That's what I'm talking about. Agreed. He could have taken Kambosos out nearly any time he wanted to. You see, like, Floyd wouldn't like Floyd. Pretty boy Floyd wasn't like that. Pretty boy Floyd will beat you until you crumble, or he'll make the corner, or he'll make the ref, or he'll convince the doctor to quit, to call the fight off. Listen, we can't have you taking that much punishment. Why do you think the Arturo Gatti fight for Floyd was stopped? It was stopped because of pure embarrassment. Floyd was just so much better than Arturo Gatti in every way. He did not have a chance, man. Damn, that troll got knocked out in his first round. Absolutely. Get him out of here. One hitter quitter. Bah! Over with. Do that Jaya Pataya. Bah! 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 I mean, he hit Claudio. Let's talk about that a little bit for a second. I'm like, Claudio, I don't think he spoke English at all because I didn't hear him speak. I heard them tell him in Italian, like what's going on and what to expect. And this is what's happening with your jaw. One here, one here, one here, and one here. This man broke this dude's jaw. It's done. Kurt, how is it that Tio couldn't beat Kambosos, but Haney did? And I'm not sure Haney can beat Tio. Bear shit Elohim. Easy, 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 and easy. Styles make fights. Devin Haney knew he could beat Kambosos just by outboxing him. The question you ask yourself, this shit happens all the time. It's just in different eras that you guys may not or may have saw. Give you two examples. One was Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao just got knocked out by Juan Manuel Marquez. Juan Manuel Marquez then fights Timothy Bradley. And he was going to fight Floyd. He was in talks to fight Floyd. But I'm just giving you guys the facts. And, okay. We had Devin Haney. We had Kambosos. But Devin hasn't fought Tio. But Manny did fight Timothy Bradley, beat Timothy Bradley, got robbed by Timothy Bradley, and then he got knocked out the same year by Juan Manuel Marquez on the one fight that he did lose. So everybody was like, oh shit, Juan Manuel Marquez now, it took him 3 fights, but he has his number. Juan Manuel Marquez had Manny Pacquiao's number. I mean, when he hit him in the third and just came with that right hand and boom! And Manny just fell. Like, I'm like, oh my God, Manny's about to get knocked out. Then Manny comes back, boom, 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 boom. And he comes back and he drops Juan Manuel Marquez in the 5th round and then gets knocked out totally. I mean, KO'd in the 6th round. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. December 8th, 2012. Very good year, peeps. But Manny Pacquiao, it wasn't a good year for him. He took 2 L's back to back. But what happened? There's more. Juan Manuel Marquez fights Timothy Bradley and gets outboxed. And Timothy Bradley didn't do it. He didn't do it bitch made. He spat with his style. He could get in, get out, get in, get out. And Juan Manuel Marquez, he kind of reminds me of, his fighting style reminds me of Carl Froch. Because they both like to fight on the inside, and their grit and their work rate kind of matches up with someone else's skill set and stamina. So Juan Manuel Marquez will always be in shape, just like Carl Froch will always be in shape. There will be some fighters that will always be in shape. They always come to the party prepared, right? So Juan Manuel Marquez was one of those fighters, but he was in there with a guy that's still undefeated, Timothy Bradley at the time. And Timothy Bradley showed him he was faster, he was quicker. Yeah, he did a lot of things to him. I think he dropped him. He didn't drop him. He knocked him off his setting. But no, Timothy Bradley won no hands down. Then he fights Manny Pacquiao again, and then Manny beats him. You see what I'm saying? So, and I think that happened in 13, I believe. Tio underestimated Kambosos. I just think it was the styles because Tio he was trying too much to make a statement, which when that statement didn't come, especially when he got knocked down, it didn't come. But to give Tio credit, he did come back in that fight and did land some good shots and did win some rounds. So, leave him be. Salute, brother. Been watching for a while. You and Showbiz influenced me to start my own boxing channel. Much respect. The Silent A podcast. Hey, man, you welcome. You welcome. Bill Knows Boxing in the building. What's up? Bill Knows Boxing. BKB, baby. BKB in the building. Kurt, who wins? Terrence Crawford versus a prime Manny Pacquiao. It depends on what Crawford we're talking about, too, because people do that. Terrence Crawford, you mean now fighting someone that was like Manny? I think that's unfair because I don't know. I honestly don't know because Manny Pacquiao was a guy that did fight in different... He fought kind of like how Tank does now. Kind of like how, like Tank does... with the hydration clauses and all that shit, the weight, the overall weight stipulations and stuff like that. Because when he fought Oscar De La Hoya, he was a dead man. He fought Miguel Cotto at 145. He fought Oscar De La Hoya at 145. I'm not sure about Ricky Hatton. I think Ricky Hatton was already a small guy like welterweight, so there was no need to put that stipulation upon him, and he knocked him out in 2 rounds, people. Knocked him out in 2 rounds. Sean McQuinn in the house. Greetings from Canada. Sean McQuinn, counterpunch to you. Or sorry, McQuinn getting it in. Counterpunch to you. Aaron, Ivy, hello. I don't know. Manny loses in his prime against anyone, even in an informed Crawford. I don't know. Crawford was getting outboxed by Showtime Porter, so I'm putting all my chips on Manny. Ed Ellerby, I think that's a terrible mistake, but it's your mistake to make, my brother. So I'm not trying to stop you, but I will say this because you're putting money on the line. Ed Ellerby, he was not getting outboxed. He wasn't. He might have got out hustled because of the way Sean Porter delivers punches. Sean Porter's all on you. He is a very aggressive fighter, or he was anyway. So, you still bet on boxing? No, I don't. That's all showbiz. Put your money where your mouth is, boy. Love you, boy. Bud would KO Manny to sleep. It depends on what Manny we're talking about, though. Because, I mean, Manny Pacquiao from 2010 was a lot different than the one in 2015. Let's just be real. Bud would KO Manny to sleep. Well, I keep reminding people, if we want to do this, like, fantasy shit, especially what we don't know about fighters, I think is very important. I think you should know everything about a fighter before even criticizing another fighter because, you're looking at wins and losses, but it's a lot more complicated than that. Unfortunately, the politics are not allowing you to think the way that I think and still manage boxing like I should manage boxing. Bud would KO Manny. Okay. You still, okay, I already got that one. Pac-Man versus Crawford would have been a good fight. Both pressure fighters. I just see Manny running into something. I just see him running into something because Terrence is going to set it up. It's just Terrence is going to make these angles and he's going to step back and Manny's going to come flying in with his fucking eyes closed and he's going to get nailed with a shot that he never seen again or before in his life. Showbiz makes stupid bets. He lost many bets on around the UK. His money, his YouTube revenue. The Pac-Man Hatton KO was one of the most savage KOs I've ever seen. Yeah. I mean, it really is. It really is, people. For me, Prime Manny beats him. His environment will be too much, and if I'm looking at it right. I don't know. I have no idea about that fight. All I know, they're not going to fight. All I know, they're not fighting anyway, so what difference does it make? Any news about Michael Hunter? I have not. I reached out to Michael Hunter. I forget the last thing he texted me, but it was more like, stay tuned and all this, that, and the other. So, Marlon Thornell in the building, counterpunch to you. Any news? Okay, CP. Let me get some pizza real quick. I got to reload. I haven't eaten anything today. I'm gonna bring you guys over here with me since I'm portable now. So I'm portable. Is it Manny shorter than Terrence? Usually the shorter fighter has more options. Well, as far as what? I mean, more options. What do you mean by that? What happened to the IBF elimination between Frank Sanchez and Herovic? Eunice Borderball. I have no idea. I have to ask Frank, honestly. I have to ask him. Because, look at this. Because I don't know, honestly, because I haven't spoke to Frank in a while, in a couple weeks. Here we go. So, let's join live. Taller punches downward. The taller punches downward. We got Moses versus Rogers here. So,
can you go live at the pool?
coolness, people, coolness. Kurt Frank Sanchez versus Derek Chisora next would be great. I don't think that Derek Chisora would want to fight with Frank Sanchez. For one, you have to understand the position of Derek Chisora. Derek Chisora is in a better position than Frank Sanchez is in. Even though Derek Chisora has lost how many times? 12, 13 times? Yes, Michael Fuller, it's on the zone. It's on the zone. Manny broke Pac-Man should have stayed retired. I don't know if he's broke, but you remember he had some tax issues once upon a time, didn't he not? Kurt, is Hunter still fighting Pulev on Don King's show in Florida? Yes, that fight's still happening. If like unless something happened, but as far as I know, yeah, it's still happening. Stop watching the man's pockets. Yeah, I think Manny's still good. Kurt, for an example, AJ has problems with short fighters. Yeah, but that's you know you got a guy that's 6'6", so everybody's shorter than him, unless you're like Wilder or Herovic or Fury. You know, watching boxing is more important than drinking water. Damn. Sure, you could always do both. Oh, good overhand right from Rogers, though. I mean, he's taking a lot of risks, but he landed a good right hand then. AJ took Andy light, and his paid for it since. Oh, he took him light and paid for it. I mean, it's really not AJ's fault though. Because think about it. AJ was fighting Miller. Miller popped dirty. Then it's Eddie's job to find AJ a fight. So since he found AJ this guy, it's his fault. He knew nothing about Andy Ruiz. He didn't know Andy could actually fight. I watch Glory Kickboxing, such an exciting sport. I wonder why is not big in the U.S. UFC, because see that's a league. So when leagues like federations, kickboxing, judo, whatever, those are more like that. UFC is when everything that you could possibly learn fighting wise all comes together. That's UFC. Mike's duck and punch in the 80s was wonderful. Yeah, I remember that devastating, diabolical punch that he used to throw. I still want Wilder AJ. Wilder versus AJ, I still want to see too, but for me, I think Eddie's trying to swerve that fight. Kurt, do you think you can stop someone like Jake Paul in 6 rounds? In shape, uninjured, more than likely, yeah. Stop over marinating fights. And that's true. I think you should tell that to Al Heyman, because that's what Al Heyman does. I felt bad for the UFC guy who went to jail because of his son. What happened? I would KO Jake Paul. I wish I fought him. Ooh, good right uppercut from Moses. Usman's father. Moses fights with his mouth wide open. Broken jaw is imminent. Wow. I wouldn't feel sorry for him unless he was never told that about him. Because who's to say these trainers never do or never tell their fighters something and fighters just don't listen. Moses rolled the dice, innit? Ortiz is a moron for turning down a massive fight against AJ. He just didn't understand how good he was getting played. See, he fights Wilder later on that year, only for Wilder to say, I wish I would have fought AJ. Moses, he's a promising fighter. Moses, he's a promising fighter. He's a good fighter. Ortiz never ducked AJ. Ortiz had greedy, selfish managers. No, he didn't personally do it, no. Again, you got a Cuban that doesn't speak English that well. It's his second language. And then you have all these guys that's supposed to protect you, but they're really protecting the ideals of their boss. and how their boss wants to conduct business. That's how they're going, and that's how they're going to move. With Ortiz was good, but him fighting someone like Shields versus Papoose, you know, I just don't see. I just don't see why they did him like that. They just pretty much made him a front guy to help Deontay. He wasn't meant for anything else. He was a crash dummy. He was a decoy. That's all he was. But still, surely an AJ fight would have been worth its weight in gold. I mean, he doesn't. I don't think he's smart enough to understand what the hell's really going on. I think his job is, dale, me voy para el gimnasio, trabajando mucho con mi cuerpo, en todo mi mente. Estoy listo para esta pelea porque estoy listo, estoy harta de trabajando el ejercicio mucho y no pelea. ¿Quién este de pelea? ¿Quién es este mucho? ¿Quién es este muchacho? Él no quiere pelear conmigo. ¿Por qué? Porque no quiere conmigo. And he's talking all this shit, and he's sitting there and he's saying this to Herman Calcedo. Herman Calcedo is a guy that he pretty much speaks for him. Luis Ortiz is that guy that defected from Cuba, and that's the best thing that he could do. Ooh, Moses is giving Rogers the business, bro. He just dropped him. I mean, with a right hook. Oh, yeah, he ain't getting up. Yeah, he's yeah. Wave this off. Watch this. Okay. That referee gave him a shot. If that shit been in the UK, oh yeah. Left, right, uppercut, uppercut, left, right. Oh, he saved him. Yeah, that was kind of short, but yeah, the ref was like, nah, I had enough. I had enough. AJ and Wilder should have done a 3-fight deal and made millions. Well, AJ and Wilder is a different story. I'm going to tell you why it's a different story. AJ and Wilder was like this. AJ was with Matchroom. Matchroom was venturing out. They were experimenting with the Zone. The platform that we're watching, Hitchins versus Kambosos. Okay. Now it's the top leading streaming, but not in 2018, okay, or 2019. They just had good ideas, and their whole motto was to destroy another platform, which I think was stupid. You know what I mean? Like, the oh, hey, let's destroy pay-per-view with the monthly streaming. That's stupid, because now look at you. You had to renege on your own plan model, Povetkin was outboxing AJ, one of AJ's best wins. I mean, again, outboxing? No, I think he was putting it to AJ for a while, and AJ took these shots. You know what I mean? His nose was bloody. He was getting beat up. He was in a rough fight. But understand, this is the same guy that took the Klitschko beatings to come back in the 11th round to knock out Klitschko. That's not the guy we have today. That's just not the guy we have today. Not at all. So, that's what we're looking at, Ortiz handlers would have made more money from an AJ fight. Well, they worked for Al Heyman. Al Heyman made sure that whatever they did, they stayed within the parameters because they needed Ortiz to help promote another fighter which made more money that's in a better position. Ortiz was a guy he was pretty much a whore. Think about it. Luis Ortiz was at Matchroom. He beat Dave Allen and he beat Malik Scott. Then Eddie Hearn was like, no, I'm not managing him. I'm not promoting him. I'm no longer getting him any fights. I'm not doing this for a guy that doesn't understand me, that I can't talk to face to face. I think that's Eddie. You know what I mean? And Eddie's like, no, I got Dillian White. I got Derek Chisora sometimes. I got AJ. You know, I have, he had a lot of fighters then, to be fair. He had damn near everyone, you know? And he had Ortiz. He had Michael Hunter. And he had these guys because he could do whatever he wanted. He didn't necessarily need a Wilder fight. And the way he shot it down was like, well, he's just a guy from Alabama. Nobody knows who he is. And it looked entertaining at the time, but I think it was a ploy. Because why would you let your fighter that has millions and millions in endorsements, that's becoming, he was already a heavyweight champion in 2016 on the IBF end by knocking out Charles Martin. Then he goes and beats Vladimir Klitschko for the vacant WBA. Then he gets the WBO by Joseph Parker. What does Wilder get? The WBC. So, Eddie, I don't think Eddie was about that. I don't think he was about that. Mm-hmm. Where is Hunter right now? Hopefully Hunter's in training camp. Michael Hunter versus Deontay Wilder. Wilder to me is exactly where, well, not even exactly, but he's in the same ballpark as Derek Chisora. Those guys are not just going to fight younger dudes. They're not going to fight guys that they could be beaten by. They're just, it's just not going to happen. Hmm. Kurt, who do you want to see a Jagba fight? I don't want to see him fight Martin McCauley. But I do think Martin McCauley needs to fight Efe Jagba again. Because I'm not the type of person that believes, oh man, that fight was rigged. That was a robbery. That went to the wrong person. Let's see a rematch. No. Why would I do that? I don't understand. Oh man, we need to get another. We need to have a rematch. This is some bullshit. The decision was gross. It was wrong. It was foul. You got okay. We need to fight again. Why would you want to fight again when you know that type of shit can happen again? Because all could happen at that point was if you're in the same place and you get a decision that you know it didn't favor you because of home cooking, why would you want a rematch in the same place? See, a lot of people try to change the demographic. They try to change the areas. Miller versus Wilder, let's go. But no, I want to see Efe Ajagba versus someone at the top. I want to see him fight someone like Joseph Parker. Lawrence Akoli would be a good one. But I think he's above Lawrence Akoli. I mean, it's a gamble, it's a game, and it's strategic. It's political at times, due to age and region and all this. So we have Teramona versus Aleem Whitfield. Okay. This is the fight that I wanted to see, people, because Teramona, of course, he speaks for himself. Matchroom fighter. And he's taking on Aleem Whitfield. So he's 9-0 with 6 KOs from America. They call him the Hammer, age 35. Keep that in mind, with 9 fights at 35. Okay. From Geneva, New York. That's crazy. He's already fighting like Errol Newman in September. Crazy. Who owns the tape that has the AJ versus Miller face-off? Beyond the Gloves. Someone had to put a gag order on that. They would have put it in their special scenes. It could have been that could have been a viral YouTube video, but they did not want it to come out because according to Joshua, Miller got the best of them. Hitchins versus Kambosos live. All right, get rid of those guys. Get rid of those guys. I think Hitchins will destroy Kambosos. Revelation TV. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go. All right. Miller is all wrong for Wilder. I mean, a lot of people are, but what do you do about it? I get needs to stay active. Yeah, he does. Man, you see this dude last week hitting that bag? Bat, 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 bat. I mean, killing that thing, boy. Killing it. I mean, killing it. I can't wait to see him fight again. I wanted to see him active because, like, he's becoming one of my favorite fighters. Him, Jaya Pataya, those guys like that are becoming my favorite fighters. I get the body killer. Yep. Kurt, who wins? Teramona against Martin Bakali. You got to go with Bakali now. I mean, Teramona. That's the next fight. It's coming up next. So we got a little time. Wilder's power may have been evaporated. We'll find out on the 27th. They should let a get feed on someone like Herovic while he waits. I would like to. Oh, bro, I would love to see Herovic because Herovic's durable. Herovic's not one of those guys that you've seen quit. So for the most part, though, you can say that, you can't say that Herovic doesn't have heart. You can say he lacks skill. You can say he lacks whatever, but heart isn't one of them. Bud will outbox Canelo. Well, if he outboxes Canelo, make sure they don't view it as someone moving too much or a runner. Because what I've learned, the only thing I don't like about that law or that rule they're trying to implement, that means that referees can feel that the fighter is doing too less and then apply pressure on that fighter to do more, which that fighter may have, that could have disrupted his game plan altogether. So mentally, he wouldn't be there getting and hearing shit like, hey, we need you to punch more or stop moving to your right or left. Well, if you can't move to your right or left, what the hell are you doing in there? Because people needs to understand this. Moving side to side, bobbing, weaving, dumping, slicking, slipping, rubbernecking, all that those things are ways to avoid punches. Now you're saying, oh, well, you know what? You can't stay that far away from a fighter without fighting that fighter. You are considered a runner. So, is Herovic durable? His his thin skin can't handle power punches. Triple D almost peeled his face off. He jacked him up, bro. You know, and Danny Dubois, bow, 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 boop, 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 getting him. Is Herovic durable? Did Telly get half of his power? I don't know. That's crazy. That's a good question, though. That could be a next live or something like that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna screenshot it. Why not? Did I screenshot it? Okay, cool. I did. Yeah. Kurt, was Effie really running from Bacali? Hell no. Effie was boxing Bacali. Effie was doing this boy so bad, he would back, boop. He would throw that left, boop. He would throw it. He would box and then jab and then move, because that's what you do to avoid someone's counter or answer. See, punches are answers. Once you get hit, someone has answered you, or they've actually questioned you. You owe them an answer. So if someone catches you with a good right hand, you know instinctively, I have to answer this man's question. This man just slapped me upside my head with a right hand. Hard, too. I feel it right now. I can't let him know I feel it. But at the end of the day, I have to answer that shot. So when Effie was and then he would move, because he knows Bacali is going to try to retaliate. That's Bacali's mentality. Bacali's fat ass was mad because he couldn't keep up with someone else's boxing rhythm. That ain't called running. That's called boxing. Just because you are not in good enough shape to break the guy down, corner him off, cut off the ring, it doesn't matter. You still, to me, I think it's bullshit. I think Triple D would deal with Caballero. His body looks rock solid. It don't have anything to do with his body, though, honestly. Because when someone starts, especially someone that has abs, and look what Caballero did to someone that didn't. See, guys like Zhang are those guys that actually can take shots, or are supposed to be able to take shots due to the extraness. The extraness. You know what I mean? If you have the extraness and you got a Homer Simpson, Peter Griffin ass belly that is being squeezed in between that trunk and that guard, and someone goes and bow, catches you like that, that doesn't mean that, you can't take it. I think someone like Dubois that only has muscle, he's more likely to get caught with a shot that makes him, oh shit, let me bend down a bit. I get Caballero versus Daniel Dubois. I want to see that more than I want to see anything else. But we've already seen Parker Bacali. So can we get Parker Effie? Parker Effie. Okay, get these guys out of here. Get them out of here. Go away. Yeah, these trolls are coming in. There is no free links on my channel. None. None. None at all, please. Guys, I have been looking all over the place for these right here. These are chocolate covered pistachios. Those links are viruses. There probably are. You click on those shits, man. Yeah. So we got 27 to 35, 6 foot in height versus 6'6" for Teramona. Weight 265 versus weight 246.2. Crazy. Crazy. So Teramona is about to come out right now. Kurt, if you're sparring, I'll get. Do you think you can survive his body shot? I think the question is for how long. You know? Aleem Whitfield. Aleem the Hammer Whitfield. Hitchins looks like he is about 6 months in that weigh-in. Yeah, they're both undefeated, yeah. So, I love watching these fights. I'll be pissing blood for days with those body shots. Yeah, more than likely. I will give McCauley one more fight to make final decision about him. I still think he's dangerous if he just had a good game plan. Well, that and in shape. So I'm sick of these fighters talking about, oh, I'm in this type of shape, I'm in that type of shape. But then when they get beat or something doesn't go the way they have it planned, or they have a lousy whatever, they start talking shit. Get in shape, stay in shape. I agree, Kurt. McCauley just needs to drop 30 pounds. Not at 300. But for that matter, who in the hell is elite at 300 pounds? No, it's not normal for McCauley, though. That's bullshit. If 300 pounds was normal for him, he wouldn't be fighting like that. Teramona. 7 wins, no losses, no draws, 7 by KO. Perfect knockout record. 265 pounds. Look at how he's built, though. Look at his height. Look at his range. Look at his build. Look at his frame. He's not fat at all. His frame can carry that shit. Martin McCauley ain't got that. Martin McCauley's a fat boy. Dude, that's a height difference, man. This ain't gonna last long. McCauley was sharp at 265. McCauley is like a poor man's Dillian White. He's better than Dillian. Dillian used to be a lot better, but does McCauley have a nutritionist? They're going to get him one now. Idiots. Oh. Oh, good right hand from Whitfield. Good jab to the chest from Teramona. Teramona better be careful, bro, because he's jabbing, and Whitfield is throwing that right hand. He's throwing that right hand, and he's coming over. And this may be one of those guys that can't. He's big. He may have that Julian Jackson syndrome. He can knock your brains out. Whitfield comes in with the hold. Yeah, Teramona. Remember, this is in Madison Square Garden, guys. Teramona, he's punching downward because he's trying to catch the shorter Whitfield. Oh, good right hand from Teramona. He belts him. He belts him right on that. Oh, good right to the body from Teramona. That's that Justice Hooney punch. Bow! Catches him right to the body. Oh, good right uppercut. Left hook. Right hand, left hook. Down goes Hitchins. Oh, this fight's over. He didn't even. I would at least gave the man a count, but it's over. It's over. This cat hits him, bro. Now he's 8-0 with 8 KOs. That fast. Doesn't matter where they from, brother. Do you fans like Australia? Do UK fans like Australian fighters? Teramona, bro. He caught him. Yeah, caught him with right hand, and he's dangerous, though. Whitfield tried to win without throwing hands. Teramona. Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. CJ in the building. Yeah, man. Don't tell me that they call Hitchins Africa because he's so dark. I don't know. Thought they called him the Hammer. I thought they called him the Hammer. Shout out from Dapto, Australia in the building. Healthy snacks tonight? Hell no. Dude, I had a pizza with bacon wrapped shrimp, one bacon wrapped shrimp. um, ate a damn almonds, Snickers with almonds. Now, this is actually good for you though, because this is dark chocolate. Dark chocolate pistachios. Now the milk chocolate is actually, it tastes better, but it is what it is. Notice how they don't show bro to get that got KO'd. Yeah, they're all just talking about it's bad. He gets no airtime. They're just looking at him. But understand, this is the exposure that Eddie wants him to have. So this is how it's set up. Everyone left Matchroom, and Eddie especially heavyweight. Yeah, Teramona, he's big and rangy too, because he's probably he's 6'6", big dude, rangy. Yeah, he's taking dudes out. You know, he's doing that. You know, if he does that 4 or 5 more times, they're gonna then start comparing him and Moses because Moses has done that. That's why do you think Moses is where he is right now? He is where he is right now. Of course, the promotion, of course, Queensberry, Frank Warren. We all know that. But why is he so expected to do what? Because he's knocking people's spark out. Let's see what he has to say.
My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Well, you know, my uncle Dubois right here, he really liked me to get people out in the first round there. If you haven't noticed, all my past 4 fights in these shorts, I think I've done them proud, so I think my next fight I'll change my uniform and we'll get a new one. But yeah, what an opportunity to fight here in New York, Madison Square Garden. Thank you all, New York. Thank you for coming to support me. Keep an eye out, because there's a new bloke on the scene. Like, I'm here to take over the heavyweight division. Obviously, I've got to go one step at a time up the ladder, but I want to do it like Fight Night, the game back in the day. Like, go up the ladder, beat everyone there, not skip someone. That's what I want to do. I'm a fighter and I love to fight.
Nice.
Had a good amateur background. He came into this fight with a lot of confidence. What were you seeing from him early on?
Oh, I just watched his sparring. You know, I've been in with the best in the world in the Olympics. I believe I should have been the gold medalist, but you know, such as life, whatever will be. God has planned for me, and I guess it's on the path to be world champ. Let's go.
What has this last week and a half been like for you? You thought you were going to fight back in Australia. You had to turn around over the last weekend, come here to New York and fight here in the city. What's it been like?
Oh, it's been awesome just to be here representing my family and my countries, Australia and Cook Island. It's a blessing, it's an opportunity, and I took it with both hands, literally. And yeah, thank you all for coming out, and what a life.
You were an excellent amateur fighter, a former Olympian. You've been dominant so far as a pro. What's different about you in the pro ranks?
I like the pose because you can really hurt your opponent. The gloves are smaller. It makes me faster. I believe I'm the fastest heavyweight out there. Whoever wants it can get it.
You said you'll fight everybody. A guy that I know you want to fight is Bakadir Jalala, who is back here in New York on July 26th. Not here tonight, but here July 26th. How far do you think we're away from seeing you two go at it again?
I think you'll definitely see us fight in the future. But when it comes to when, I think you should talk to my manager, Brian Peters. He's the best. He's the mastermind behind it. And I'll take care of anyone who steps in the ring.
Congratulations, Teramona.
Thank you very much. God bless everyone. God bless America. Let's go.
All right, Eddie, we'll turn to you briefly. You got a new star here in your stable.
Look at Eddie trying to chisel up.
Incredible performance tonight.
He's trying to look like Kurt.
Especially when he jumps on the plane. Just on Sunday last week to get here from Australia. He took an opponent 7-0. You know, didn't know a lot about him. With good pedigree, destroyed him. This guy's a future world heavyweight champion, as you see. Full of energy, full of personality, exactly what the sport needs. But as I said to you before we got into the ring, it's the fundamentals that he has, the attributes that he has. He has speed, he has IQ, and he has terrific punching power as well. So remember the name. So nice they named him twice. Teramona will be the big star. We're going to have a show in Australia in August. I want to box him there, then bring him back over to the UK and America for 2 or 3 fights. Keep him nice and busy. End of the year, 10-0, 11-0, and then we step into championship contention.
I'll ask you the same question. Jalalov, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, got 2 wins over him in the amateur ranks. Is that a big fight down the road?
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, I said, you're going to see him fight everybody. That new era of heavyweights, Jalalov, Moses Italma, you know, all of those guys coming through the ranks, Justice Hoodney with a great performance the other week. Those are the new breed of heavyweights. And like I said, he's going to be right up there. Anybody that has the kind of power that he has, the fundamentals, the athleticism, he's a real star. And he's got the charisma, the personality to match. So you're going to love the journey. Let's keep him busy and let's see him in championship contention in 2026.
Appreciate it, Eddie.
Thank you.
Guys?
So, Teramona. Knocked the guy out, first round, did it again. Name so nice, had to do it twice. Aleem Whitfield was the next. Boom, that right hand caught him right on the nose, then a jab, right uppercut, then a jab, left uppercut, right hand. That's what pretty much put the nail in the coffin. You know, the ref waved it off because he didn't see he was wanting to get up. He was just in the corner belted, bro. He got belted. He got caught with some heavy shots. One thing about Teramona, someone hitting you that size with that distance can hurt you worse. It's almost like a chain, a stick with a chain with a ball, and it whips. That's the concept you get of someone catching you on the end of a shot. That's why Wilder was so devastating as a puncher, because Wilder would catch you at the very end of that shot. And when he catches you, it's going to be stars, crickets, Z's, B's. Everyone left Matchroom and Eddie, especially heavyweight. Why? I mean, he got rid of certain people. He got rid of some people. He let some people go. They ventured off. He probably ruffled some feathers and stuff like that. And after all, he had AJ that was already the unified heavyweight champion that was making millions. It's like it's almost like what Oscar De La Hoya really didn't give a shit about anyone else but Canelo Alvarez at that point. Remember that when he was with Golden Boy and Canelo was that guy at Golden Boy, and it didn't matter what anyone else did, Victor Ortiz, Ryan Garcia, any of those dudes. It didn't really matter because they had someone that made millions of dollars a fight. If you got someone that makes millions of dollars a fight, that means you're making millions a fight. Okay? You're getting a portion of what they're getting, and if they're getting a massive amount of loot, that means you're getting a portion of that massive amount of loot. So there you go. Oscar didn't give a shit. Neither did Eddie Hearn. To be fair, now AJ is damn near 40 years old. He's 35. He'll be 36 this year. And he hasn't even fought yet this year. And then that really conveys the idea that maybe, just maybe, was it an actual injury or something you needed to get done, or the ass whooping that you received from Danny Dubois was so devastating that you couldn't return based on all the other trauma and whatever, anxiety and, doubtful mindsets. Those type of things could have happened with AJ. AJ, could be looked at as like Errol Spence. Where the hell has he been? Come on now. Errol Spence hasn't fought in over 2 years. You guys know that, right? That wasn't 2024 when they fought. That was 2023 when they fought. That's what you need to understand. That fight happened in 2023, not last year. And he still ain't back. Where the hell is he? Counterpunch. AJ got Ivan Drago'd by Dubois. I think AJ needed 12 months off after that brutal beating. Maybe. Maybe Quan Big Guns. You might have a point. You may have a point with that, and I'm going to tell you why. And it just shows us how boxing has changed and how people are getting rushed and how mentally we don't see by comparison. When Manny Pacquiao got knocked out cold, right? When he got knocked out cold, nobody expected him to come back. Everybody thought he was going to retire. But, this is Manny Pacquiao, the one that did fight so many fights. Babsy, 627 in the building. Counterpunch to you. Hitchins will come in as a black Icarina stick in his ring walk. Okay. I don't get that at all. If Moses can't beat White, it's a long road back. But that's something about boxing that happens a lot. When you're dealing with something like an upcoming fighter and you're dealing with an unexpected loss from this guy that was knocking everybody out, then you got this guy. Hey, let's throw this guy in there. Dillian White has been in there with every damn body. He's been in there with everyone except the newer guys. But he's been in there with AJ. He's been in there with Parker. He's been in there with Lucas Brown. He's been in there with Oscar Rivas. He's been in there with Joseph Parker. He's been in there with Derek Chisora twice. He's been in there with guys that are known. CJ Rich, absolutely. I've been monitoring that shit. You got one more, because what does that have to do with anything? You're talking about a continent of Africa. In fact, let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, you're right about that. I'm trying to be lenient, but nah. Boom. Let's stop that shit. Let's stop that shit. Let's start with zero tolerance when you come with that, People thought Parker was done too after the Joyce fight, and look at him now. That's true. People did think Parker was finished because nobody did Parker like Joe Joyce. And if you start doing things that you've never done before, the chances are you may have to redefine your situation as far as boxing goes. That right hand, that right uppercut, that jab, that left uppercut. And that right hand, I think, did it. The last one that Teramona, bow, when he caught him there because he leaned in it. And Hutchins was, Whitfield was in a position like this. So he had full leverage behind that shot. When he caught him, he leaned into him. Cruz is next. Card going fast. That's good. That's good it's going fast. We've only been here 2 hours, people, doing our thing, counter punching. You know how we do. Cruz is next. Card going fast. I hope Cruz gets a knockout too. When I think of Cruz, I can't help but to think about Keyshawn Davis. And then knowing Keyshawn Davis and the shit him and his brothers did. They're in the shit house. I think they should stop doing interviews. I don't think they should, let the internet tear them apart. Andy Cruz is next. He's versing Hironori Nishiro out of Japan, people. So this is what we have. But I mean, great pure boxer though. Andy Cruz is a great pure boxer. Just, he knows, he played with Keyshawn Davis in the Olympics. I mean, he really did. And anybody gets played with is either you're going to step the fuck down or you're going to step the fuck up. You're either going to do two things. And what he did with Nahir Albright, him and his brothers, that may have been a sign or a way to get out of a situation that I was fighting my way into. See, Keyshawn Davis was at a level where he was beating guys, but understand this, eventually he was going to have to face Andy Cruz, which I don't think he wanted to do. One punch, bam, lights. Kurt is like 50 Cent. He'll teach you how to stunt. I'll teach you how to stunt, shorty. I'll teach you how to stunt, shorty. As you get in there, because, you got talent. The talent is not always what you think it's going to be. So people's kind of stepping their own way. So I never had nobody to run. I never had to run from nobody. Where am I going to go? There's nobody there. AJ landed in Nigeria today. Saw him on Instagram. Cool. I'm going back to Nigeria and eat some more pounded yam and pound some cat. Shit or something, right? You don't know. People wrote Dubois off. Look at him now. Well, Dubois is okay. If he loses all this year, the fight he's supposed to have and the fight that he is looking forward to, and he loses, it's like a double loss. I've told you guys that. So if Usyk goes in there and he quits, he's done. Hang it up. Hang him up. He's finished. Frank won't put Dubois back in the ring again. I just think he's mentally fucked. I just think Daniel Dubois is mentally fucked. He took a jab and he didn't get up, and I was hollering, get the fuck up. And he didn't get up. It's time for him to, spend time with his family, and we'll see what happens in the future. Yeah, that means you're not going to see what happens with him and you in the future. Yeah, understand. What's the next big card coming up besides Daniel Dubois and Usyk? We have the next card. We got a couple guys that are fighting. We have that Eubank versus Catterall fight. That's coming on. We also have Deontay Wilder versus Tyrell Richardson. Then Saturday we have Jake Paul versus Julio Cesar Chavez. AJ is in Africa during motorbikes. I'm sure Eddie Hearn doesn't approve. Well, that would be a very shitty thing. He's already in that same category as Errol Spence. He doesn't want to completely be in that category for everything that Errol Spence is in the category for. So understand that. Take that for what it is. He had his own hosted a boxing card in Ghana today. So AJ went there. Are you going to show the fight when it's on? No. AJ is in Africa doing motorbikes. AJ is on the redemption list. He is on the redemption list. Yeah, he got his ass on there. Nobody's safe from the redemption list. You know? So BKFC Tanalia versus Soto 2. Yafai versus Rodriguez. Okay. Stevenson versus Kamukov. So that's what you got. And that's still on the zone. Great. Froch hates AJ like AJ stole his wife. He probably did once upon a time. You can't get with AJ. What do you get with AJ? You're leaving the Cobra for AJ. That dunce. What does he have I don't have? I don't know. I just was curious. I still love you, Carl. No, you don't love me. Get away from me. You want to lie to the Cobra? You sit here and lie to the Cobra? You're going to lie to the Cobra? I'll kill you. Carl probably snapped, man. You know what we haven't heard about? Who we haven't heard from? We haven't heard from, Jesus, what's this guy's name? Damn. Felix Verdejo. There we go. We haven't heard anything from Felix Verdejo in a long time. That's a sick puppy right there. But it's more common than you think. See, this is what happens when you have side pieces and you do stuff like that on the sly, on the slick, on the side, stuff like, and then you have babies and all this shit. You know, it's crazy because, you know, greed and like people trying to cover up stuff is a mother sucker. So we got Stevenson versus Cepeda, right? So that's going to be a good fight, though, bro. I think people are sleeping on that fight. And, you know, the craziest thing about Stevenson probably is going to go in there with something to prove. We just like the Roman public in the Coliseum. Zerto versus Apataya, your prediction? I think Apataya will knock him out. Shiraz versus Edgar Berlanga. You know, around New York, you know what I'm saying? I'll be around New York. So, you know, these people here, they act like they think they better than me, so don't worry when I knock them the fuck out. They're gonna find out when I do that. When I knock them the fuck out, they're gonna find out. I want that Canelo rematch though. I want that Canelo rematch. Caleb Plant's a bum. I told people he's a bum. He slapped Jamel Charlo. He couldn't even do nothing to Charlo. Charlo just took it and ate it. He didn't even have an expression. So Caleb Plant's a bum. Teramona Jr. Teramona versus Martin McCauley will be fireworks. Yeah, in about 5 fights. And about 3 fights, 4 fights. They ever give the AI judge another go. I haven't seen him in a while, man. I haven't seen him in a minute. The AI judges, I think the last one was like maybe the card before the card, something like that. they ever give the AI judge. All right, we got that. What's up, Jalalov? When is he gonna get a high profile fight? I don't know. Cause all those dudes, like their management, it's trash. It's trash. What's up, Jalalov? Charlo doesn't even sound the after Charlo smacked delivering shit out of him. Nah, obviously it didn't hurt him. This wasn't a power slap here, right? You know. But I mean, it was more like a disrespectful thing to do that somebody that was doing him disrespect. Somebody comes up and grabs you. No, you don't grab my face, bro. Don't grab my hair. Don't grab my face. Don't grab my ears. Don't do none of that shit. You're treading, and I do understand why it was done. Oh yeah, I understand why it was done. You don't put your hands on me. And Caleb Plant was grabbed in an inappropriate manner. He slapped the shit out of Jamal. Canelo needs to whoop Caleb for that. lot of big fights in July, huh? No, it's decent. It's decent. Charlo doesn't sound the same after Caleb smacked the taste out. Oh, he doesn't sound the same. No, man. Ever broken a bone? Yep. Jawbone, leg bone. Oh, yeah, my toe. Thundercurt twisted my ankle, though. Yeah, I did that about 3 years ago. I was like, yeah, man, oh, and then landed on it. Oh, God. I fell, man. I was like, dude, I'm like, oh, boy, from Misery. Yeah, the man's a bad. My foot swole up, and I was putting cold on it, hot coal. Yeah, I was jacked up around here walking like squatter. 29-30. 5 losses. I mean, 5 wins, no losses, no draws, 2 by KO. Mashiro, 30 years of age, 5'9", 134.6 pounds. That is the tell of the tape, people. And let's see the show. Had a concussion, leg and toe sounded terrible. Oh, my jaw, because it affected the way I ate. So yeah. All you have to do is name any type of vegetables or plants, and Charlo gets quiet. Canelo, plant. Here we go. Charlo never named them names.
The question tonight.
What time is the main event? Well, I think it's on after this event. Nose about 6 times. My jaw fractured. Cheek bone. My neck clipped collar, but Okay, it's 9 o'clock. So this is the co-main, Cruz versus Machino. Let me get some more water before it starts. Here we go. Andy Cruz is coming out. What's he coming out to?
His ability to box and his $400 a month stipend for trying to escape his native Cuba.
And see, if this guy didn't defect, he would still be in Cuba right now, taking shit, drinking rum. Ron Gube, tú quieres hacer, Ron Gube, tú quieres de vez. Tú tienes una botella una vez, pero necesito hacer. The main event around 11, right? I don't know. It depends on Andy Cruz, honestly. It depends on what Andy Cruz has to offer and what he's willing to do. Because I think this is for a title or some shit. Ambition as a rider was my wake-up song in softball. Inch away from being paralyzed. Terrell, you're right, man. I mean, dark chocolate is not bad for you, but we as Americans are some sugar-consuming people. Dude, that ain't no lie. Just like retarded, isn't it? You just love this shit. I mean, everything has sugar in it. Raymond Ford, he's fighting Cacase. Tariq Reed, OG. Tariq from Philly, salute Kurt. You got back and smash the like button. People. OG Tariq counterpunch to you, brother. Let's do it. Andy Cruz, presente. But Andy Cruz, yeah, very good fighter, man. Nick Ball. Yeah, that was a good fight. Nick Ball was just too busy. He was just, and it wasn't because he was just accurate. He was just busier. You know what I mean? Bishiro. Ooh, good right to the body by Andy Cruz. Man, Cruz has some jab upstairs, jab downstairs. He's having fun in there too. Imagine doing this shit for free for years. Then you find out you're getting paid thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars and eventually millions of dollars for doing something that you should do for free. Double uppercut for Cruz. Good jab from Mashiro. Mashiro, he gets countered with a jab. Good response time. Oh, good right hand from Mashiro. He just stuck that right in and kind of sneaked it and feinted it. Good jab from Andy Cruz. Good jab to the body from Andy Cruz. He misses the one upstairs. He hooks off the jab. He catches him with a left hook. Straight right. Double jab upstairs for Cruz. Ooh, good jab from Mashiro. You got a jab with the jabber. And if Mashiro's smart, he would be going right to that body because if you notice, Andy Cruz puts those mitts up. He's a little more like a Winky Wright, an Edis Landy Lara type guy. He keeps those mitts up. He's disciplined by those mitts. He doesn't take short stops. He's on the defensive. He's on the defensive. Good jab by Andy Cruz. Oh, stacking, yeah. Yeah, stacking's bad. It's, you just, you're taking too many gloves and the way you're placing them on your fist. It's not legal. It's highly illegal.
Good shit.
It's crazy though. Like it's like you see like Edis Landy Lara, he'll go with like Ronnie Shields, and it's like you hear him talking like, "Hey man, let me tell you what you need to do. Get down, right? Get down. Put your gloves up. You got to circle around this motherfucker, okay?" See, and it makes you think like, dude, do these dudes understand what he's saying, or is he just like pantomiming so well that he knows? Like, you got to get down. Put your hands up. Put them up. I did a video about hand wraps. I'm gonna drop it later. Great. J. Roos Theory in the building. Oh, good right to the body by Mashiro. Good jab from Mashiro. Good Good jab from Andy. Andy comes back. Ooh, good left hook from Cruz. Ooh, good right uppercut from Cruz. You see how Cruz, he just takes it easy on the inside, and he's right here. And he's right there with he doesn't have to grab and hold and all that really insecure BS. That's what I call a lot of holding, because you're not comfortable with your ability to protect yourself. But you see, he has his gloves right here. He's right here. So that's a good thing. That's a very good thing from Cruz. I like his defense as well as his offense. Oh, Mashiro just missed with an overhand right. More like an arm punch, though. He caught him with a right hand that time. Ooh, good left uppercut. That might have strayed a little low. Good jab from Mashiro. Oh, good overhand right. Yeah, that was behind the head. Good call, ref. Left hook also landed for Cruz. Good jab also landed for Cruz. Another jab landed for Cruz. Oh, good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Punch combination all from Cruz. And he continues with a jab. I like the way to see this guy work. I'm watching him cook. Good jab from Cruz. Good jab for Cruz. That backs up Mashiro. Mashiro comes in. Like he's doing taekwondo and shit. Good footwork though. Can't be mad. Can't be mad. Wow. What's up, CJ? And thanks, Quan. What network is the fight on? Tariq Reed. It's on DAZN. It's on DAZN. It's on DAZN. What's up, Kurt? Counterpunch to you, my good fellow. Julian Falcon in the building. Mashiro has short arms and a big head. Bat. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's get it. Let's get it. Round 3. Here we go. Mashiro started out in this round, in the second round, pretty good though. He came out, using the jab. Now he's putting 1, 2, 3 behind the jab. Oh, good right to the body. He started out. Okay, there's a right upstairs for Mashiro. Cruz comes back with another jab. He misses them too, and then lands a good stiff jab. So a lot of times, he probably came in, and then he knows he's in position because he's here. Then, bow! He catches him with a jab to establish that jab. Good right to the body from Mashiro. Ooh, good overhand right from Cruz. Another 1, 2 punch combination. Ooh, good right to the body from Cruz. Ooh, good overhand right from Cruz. Another right hand from Cruz. Another right from Cruz. Ooh, right hand from Cruz. Left hook from Cruz. He gets warned behind that one of them straight right as a rabbit punch. Mashiro took those flurries pretty good. Double jab from Cruz. Jab upstairs. Jab downstairs for Cruz. Oh, another right hand, chopping him. Down goes Mashiro. Wow. Bap, bap. And then he loaded up, and then he leaned in with a right. Because Mashiro thought he was just throwing pretty much a standard right until he gave more But I mean, that's what happens. If you don't block that shot, keep landing it. And that's what Cruz did. 1-2. Another punch. Left hook to the body. Left hook. Oh, right to the body from Cruz. He eats 2 more right hands. Another right hand. Left hook. All from Cruz. Left hook to the body from Mashiro. He comes back. Jab. He gets countered with a right hand. Another right hand. A right uppercut. Another right hand. A left hook. A left uppercut. A right hand. Another chopping right hand. Mashiro comes back and lands 2 of his own. Another right uppercut for Mashiro. Mashiro has got his pound of flesh. Jab. Oh, good right. Left hook from Mashiro. He comes in. He eats another jab. He eats a right hand. Another right hand. Oof. Another right hand. Another right hand. Another right hand. Right hand with a left hook. Mashiro comes back with a jab. He eats another right hand. A left uppercut. Oh, another right hand. Oh, yep. Down he goes again. Oof. Oof. We see blood on the nose of Mashiro. And look, he tries to shake it off. Okay, here we go. I don't know if the 3 knockdown rule in. He survives the round. Good round. Multiple knockdowns. Both by Andy Cruz. Putting in bow, 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 bow. That's exactly what he was doing. He was right, then a right, then a left, then another right hand, then another right hand, because Mashiro, he was doing this here and leaving all this open. It's over with. Fist City. That's what it is. Jab, right hand. Jab, right hand. And he was going down anyway. And Andy Cruz just kept landing. Right hand, jab, right hand. Down he goes, Mashiro. Let's look at the second knockdown. Right hand. Oh, that also took him down. So, now they're looking at him and saying what they could do. He has to protect himself, bro. Now the doctors are looking at him. Kurt, big tactical question. How do you counterpunch a counterpuncher? Be first. Be first and anticipate the counter. That's easy. So easier said than done, but yeah. Good jab from Andy. Another jab from Andy. Jab from Andy. Mashiro comes with a double jab. He misses. 1, then 1, 2. So 3 punches land for Andy Cruz. Jab from Mashiro. He's stepping in. He eats a jab. Another right hand. Another right hand from Cruz. Overhand right. A right hook and a left hook misses from Mashiro. Oh, good jab to the body and straight right up upstairs from Cruz. Right hand and left hook to the body from Mashiro. He has him on the ropes. Mashiro's coming in with that pressure because he knows he has to do something. Ooh, good jab from Cruz upstairs. Ooh, good right hand from Cruz. And see, Mashiro look at that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Overhand right. Ooh, good left hook and a right hand from Cruz. Ooh, good jab and a right hand. Another right hand, left hook. Then Mashiro's trying to get in there. Mashiro's trying to bang it out. I mean, he has heart, to say the least. He's not a quitter. He didn't come over here to quit. Right uppercut. Ooh, good double right uppercut from Mashiro. That's how you do it. He was right there. Bow, bow. Just let him go. He got to let his hands go. Left hook lands for Cruz. Right hand, left hook lands for Cruz. Another jab lands for Cruz. Left hook to the body, left upstairs for Mashiro. Mashiro rubbernecks that left hook though. Then looks at him and kind of gives him a showboat. Is this mistaken identity? Surely Mashiro is not a real boxer. Where did they find him? Well, it is what it is. Richardson Hitchins, I believe he was like negative 3,300 or something like that. They're showing George Kambosos in the dressing room, so it is what it is. Okay, here we go. So they're checking him out again. Yeah, they're looking like they're trying to stop the fight. They're looking at his eyes, so they're giving him that that DWI test. Like, hey, how many? Okay, here we go. I think this is round 6, I believe. Okay, round 6 in the mix. Let's get it. Let's go. Oh, it's round 5. Kambosos was talking tough. Hitchins will KO him. I got to see that too, man. Let's make these fights that are being made appreciated. Double jab for Cruz. Jab for Cruz. Jab to the body for Mashiro. He eats 2. Then another. Ooh, good jab and right hand. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, 6. He goes to the body with a couple of those shots. Cruz does. Bop, 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 bop. I mean, jabs. Double jabs. Jab. Ooh, good right hand. Ooh, he leaned. Ooh, another right hand. Oh, right uppercut. Look at that ref saying, you got to show me something because he's just eating shots. He's eating shots from Andy Cruz. And Andy Cruz is just giving him, 3 pieces, 4 pieces, 5 pieces, 2, 3, 4. Look at that. 5. Wave the fight off. Taking too much punishment. Call the fight off. Job well done. Fight's over. Round 5. Ding, ding. That's how it's done, Andy Cruz. El cubano en la casa. El cubano, el gano otra vez. Profesional este tiempo. Let's do it. Let's do it, Andy Cruz. That's why Keyshawn Davis doesn't want to stay in that weight class. That's why he came in at 139 and some change. This guy right here, Andy Cruz, is the reason why Keyshawn don't want none. Bars. Love watching Andy Cruz box. Bro, it's a thing of beauty. It ain't all about no, he's getting it in. He's showing you boxing ability. Jab, move, weave, bob, counter, combinations. Imagine Andy Cruz versus Lomachenko. What? Bro, it's crazy. It's a shame you don't have, and that's the problem with lightweights. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, lightweight division has its own glamour and has its own originality, but it's almost to me like most guys that are at 135, 130, 135, 140, 140, they're getting bigger. 147 is that big test because that's like the biggest of the little guys. So that's when you got a little, you got some ounces on your ass. You're not as soft or light in the ass like you used to be. Because, believe it or not, people, this is how it works in boxing and in UFC, to be fair. Most fighters don't fight in the weight they weigh in at. It's just regulation for them to make the weight of the night. That's the requirements. So once they make the weight, boom, they're north. You know what I mean? So Andy Cruz is probably at 142 pounds now, 143 pounds. A welterweight that has to weigh in at 147, right? He's probably about 155, 156. A middleweight is probably close to a super middleweight. A super middleweight is close to a light heavy. A heavyweight or light heavyweight is pretty much close to a cruiserweight. So understand that's how it works. Okay, that's what you're dealing with. That's so when you see these guys, they balloon up. Look at Andy Cruz. He doesn't look like 135 pounds. He looks like a fucking light, a light welterweight in there because he is a light welterweight officially when he fights. But he made the official scale of lightweight yesterday. You understand that? So was watching the Devin Haney you just pulled there, Kurt. Was that the Devin Haney you just pulled there, Kurt? I guess I don't know. But Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz, he has charisma and stuff like that, a part of Eddie Hearn, and that gang over there. So, Eddie's pulling winners and he knows like, hey, there's life after AJ, there's life after Canelo, and the fight and the show must go on. And Andy Cruz is definitely a part of the show in this weight class that is moving guys out of the weight class because of the talent that he possesses. So that's what you have to understand with Andy Cruz. El problema es que no habla en inglés, y en inglés es más profundo than en español en a veces. What I said was, it's deeper. English is a lot bigger, much broader than Spanish in some cases. Okay, Telemundo sí, tú hablas español sí. Unavisión, México, Colombia, República Dominicana, Guyana, por supuesto, Puerto Rico, right? All these places they speak Spanish, but
fans of boxing, the ones that have followed me throughout my career, and this is just another step on my journey to achieve my main objective, which is to become a world champion.
Tszyu was top 5 rated by the IBF, but he was something of an unknown coming into this fight. How long did it take you to figure him out?
Sí, Mashiro era como el top 5 del IBF, pero poca gente sabía mucho de él. ¿Cuánto tiempo tardaste en descifrarlo en el ring esta noche?
Realmente no sabía mucho de él. En estas últimas semanas pude observar algunas de sus peleas. Un gran peleador, mi respeto para él. Hizo un gran trabajo sobre el ring, pero yo salí a ser el mío y gracias a Dios salió la victoria.
No, to be honest, I didn't know a great deal about him. Maybe just the last few weeks I've kind of been looking at a few bits and pieces taped, but I have to give him great respect. He was a warrior in there, and I really thank you, but tonight was not mine.
You landed some heavy right hands, especially in that third round, knocking him down a couple of times. Were you surprised that he kept getting up and he kept coming?
So, obviamente conectaste con unos golpes muy fuertes en el tercer round. ¿Te sorprendió que pudiera levantarse y seguir volviendo a la pelea?
Sí, como ya dije, es un gran peleador, un peleador fuerte, un peleador que asimila muchos golpes. Realmente sí me sorprendió, pero bueno, me preparé para eso y seguí con el tren de pelea y salió el resultado.
Yeah, it did surprise me, a great deal. As I said before, he's a really strong fighter. He was a fighter that was able to withstand a lot of shots in there. But I just continued with my fight plan and ended up getting the job done tonight.
You're now the #1 contender for the title currently held by Raymond Murataya. Do you think a title shot should be your next fight?
Obviamente ahora es como el candidato número 1 para ese título que tiene Murataya. ¿Crees que estás listo y eso es lo que quieres próximo, supongo, no?
Ya dije, desde un principio dije que yo no nací listo para estos momentos. Mi primera función era ganar esta pelea y ahora estoy listo para el reto que venga. Kishan, aprende de papá.
Aprende el papá.
At the end, I've always said I was born for these moments. I always said when, I wanted to go into these fights and I'm completely ready for this. ¿Y qué dijiste al final de Kishan?
Kishan, aprende de papá.
Okay, Kishan, learn from your father.
Congratulations, Andy.
Aprender tu papá. Ooh. Hey, that was a major diss to Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis is in the shit house right now. However, look at it this way. Andy Cruz, I pinned this from Demetrius. He said Keyshawn would mop the floor. Keyshawn would mop the floor with Cruz. Demetrius, I can respect that. Why? Because you're taking bets. You're putting your money where your mouth is. You know what I mean? So I appreciate the confidence you have in Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis is a beast. But to say the least, he's dealing with another beast. Bars. Wasn't an African brother. Wasn't an African. Wasn't American. Wasn't an American brother. Wasn't an American brother. Well, here's the thing. He's from your father. Aprende tu papá. Aprende tu papá, por favor, porque estoy tu jefe. He said, I am your daddy. Learn from me. Because he's beat him 5 times. Now, what does that mean in the pros? I don't know. But what do we do know? What happened? What happened? David Mick, counterpunch to you, brother. Smooth Will, peace, brother. I just saw Cruz in person. You couldn't tell me he was American, brother. He doesn't look like he speaks no English. Well, you know, that's another lesson for another day. Black people all over the world. That's pretty much the best way I can tell you that. I mean, if you go to Brazil, you would think, this is what you would do, okay? If you were from America, Smooth Will, Demetrius, guys like, like if you are African American, Black American, don't want to offend anybody, right? If you go to another country, you can go to DR, you can go to Puerto Rico, you can go to Colombia, you can go to Brazil, anywhere, France, fucking UK, Canada. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you can go to these places, you'll see someone that looks like somebody back home. You know what I mean? That's how it works. I mean, it just, people start looking a certain way because of where you go. Now, I do admit you do see people with similar face structures or things to look for or attire, things they wear, things like that, dead giveaway things. But sometimes you just can't fucking tell people. People are from somewhere else. You know what I mean? Okay, look at George Kambosos. George Kambosos, he's from Australia, right? Okay, he's from Australia. He's an Aussie. But if you seen him in Italy, would you look at him any different? But I mean, isn't he Greek? Kambosos is Greek. Tank should fight more. But what do? Tank versus Cruz. That would be a good fight, but I think the fight to happen is Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn Davis is a fight that Keyshawn should want. And back to you, Demetrius. Demetrius, I appreciate your confidence in Keyshawn by putting your money up. But Keyshawn, though, bro, has to have confidence in wanting to fight and defeat Andy Cruz. So, if he's not trying to fight Andy Cruz, why do people defend people that are undefendable? You know what I mean? That's my thing. Who's promoting Tank? They wasting talent. Is it Mayweather? Because I know it used to be. I know Al Heyman is pretty much like the guy, but then Tank is okay. You had Tank. You had Leonard Ellerby, and Leonard Ellerby, I think, retired. I think he split from Mayweather, so it's not him no more. People got tired of Tank bullshitting. Even people that's supposed to be protecting black fighters, and the channels like the LDBC and guys like that, channels like that. I love the whole evolvement when people start realizing and stop trying to pin things on race versus action. You can talk about race all day, and I'm black, and I'm this, and I'm that, or I'm white, and I'm this, and I'm that, or I'm brown, I'm Latino, I'm this, I'm tough. You can talk all that shit all you want about different races of people, but if those people that you're celebrating because of that race, they're not doing what they're supposed to do, how can they be an example for you? Bars. Counterpunch. See, when you talk about Tank, because a lot of people, they made it a rule almost that you can't criticize certain fighters because other groups are glorifying them. It's stupid. Like, you couldn't talk about Wilder, and you couldn't question why does Wilder fight anyone in the top 15 until he got about 30 fights and all that shit. People ask those type of questions. People ask those. But, to be honest with you, some people didn't want you to say anything, and they got so offended and offensive and all that. It's crazy. It's crazy. So, I do think at the end of the day, Keyshawn Davis doing what he didn't try to make the weight. Understand there's a reason for that. There's a reason for it. It's going to be a reason for it. And then you got this guy, Andy Cruz, kicking ass and taking names. That he, damn well the history behind him and Keyshawn Davis. Him and Keyshawn Davis fought 5 times. I thought it was 4. No, it's 5. Keyshawn ain't won a fight yet. And you want me to believe that this man that's supposed to came in at 135 that got stripped of the WBO because he couldn't make the weight. You think he just did that because he's not trying to avoid someone? Come on, bro. Ryan knows Haney would whoop him now that that's why he rejected the rematch. Quan Big Guns. That's a beautiful thing to believe. But you know what? I'm not falling for it until it happens, because I'm a believer of fighters doing what fighters do. Fight. It's a convenient thing to say because, that would be something, you know what I mean? Like, hey, Quan, click on your caps. Yeah, guys, click your caps on. We're all talking loud like I talk. Because my eyesight, I have to look and squint. I don't want to have to look and squint. So everybody that leaves a comment, please just put your caps on so I can see it bigger. Until they find a way to get it bigger, for guys that, just trying to, look. But no, bro, I think that, yeah, that should be something that you could say because it's convenient to say. But then Devin Haney didn't make it any easier by what he did. Haney's too soft. Haney's in a bad spot, man, and I think, let me give you guys an impersonation of Bill talking to Devin. Feel free to drop donations because I'm about to go into a skit. I've been doing these skits since I was a kid, bro. Like stupid skits. But this is a skit, okay? Between Bill and Devin on the next fight and what he expects. And this is Bill. Dev. Man, I know you're trying to fight. I know you're trying to box. I know you're not trying to take the punishment. I understand that this is a hard game. I've been telling you this since you was a boy. You understand? I've been telling you this since you was a boy. But listen, you gonna have to grip down and kick some ass this time. You were doing too much fucking running. I don't want you doing that running. I don't want you moving like that. You move when you need to move. You understand, Devin? Yeah, understand? You need to move when you need to move. You can't have them son of a bitches, them drunks, the crackhead ass Tio Phil Sr. talking shit about you like that. It's hard to defend your ass when you was doing what you was doing. I know that Ryan shit wasn't right, but I need to tell you, you need to get down and you need to bite, meaning you need to fight. You need to throw them bows like you did with Lomachenko. You see what I'm saying? You need to get your ass in gear because we need to press the gas and kick some ass. That's how we do it in Oakland, baby. Come on, get it together, baby. We gonna do what we gonna do. That's what we gonna do next time. So we ain't gonna run. That Turkey Al-Sheikh, he said that shit to everybody, but he was talking about your ass. So we need to get it together, baby. Come on. And that is the impression of Bill talking to Devin Haney. And I do think that he has to talk to him. And I think he had to have some type of critiquing to that. That's just my impersonation for that. Ryan without Osterine can't beat Rolly. He got whooped. Imagine what Haney would do. Quan Big Guns. Now you do have a point. You got to give him a point on that because it looks bad for Ryan Garcia. And see, in any case, like, hey, we got to be fair about the boxing game. You're only as good as your last performance, right? So if you're only as good as your last performance, that's what we go on. And right now, Ryan, if you say Devin looks soft, well, Devin looks bad, but shit, so does Ryan. And we can look at that and say it either way, because I don't have a pony in the show whatsoever. All I know is once upon a time, Ryan fought Devin Haney, and Ryan beat the shit out of him. That's a fact. We saw that shit. What we weren't ready for was the Osterine part, the A and B sample, the failed drug test, the cover-ups, the comments, the breakdowns, all from Ryan. No, I can't say that. That's not right. Because, see, we had Devin acting an ass, too. Jumping on people, circling one guy, hitting them and walking off. You remember that shit? You know, then filing law restraining orders and all that. That just made me think about it made me think, what the hell is wrong with these dudes? It's almost like these guys got into the ring and one winning versus his result and not winning fairly versus one losing and how he dealt with losing. So one won but really lost, but one lost but really won type shit. So you're having Devin Haney. Devin Haney's going back into the ring. And this dude is jabbing and shuffling and moving and sidestepping and jabbing and shuffling and moving and jabbing. Oh, he's coming near me, grab him. You know, so yeah, the beating he took from Ryan got him scared to fight now. Rolly will knock out Devin. I always wanted to see Rolly Romero versus Devin Haney. And that was a fight that's back when I really didn't like Rolly Romero. Now, I have a lot of respect for Rolly Romero. I just know he talks like that, but he's somewhat humorous. I think Rolly should go into comedy after this. And I'm not trying to be funny. Rolly Romero should go into comedy after he leaves boxing. I mean, because hopefully he's young, he's not all beat up and made bad decisions, got on coke and drugs and shit and lost all of his money. No, I mean, when he gets out of the sport of boxing, I think he should turn to comedy. He should turn to comedy. Rolly beat the hair grease off of Ryan. Oh, God. Ryan does kind of put you in the mind of one of them Jersey Shore cats. Hitchins better not come in here after that display at the conference in his hometown and lose this fight. It will be embarrassing. Yeah, it will. And one thing about Kambosos fights harder away from home. See, Kambosos thought that because people are flying into Australia down under that he had this type of, advantage, like this home cooking, and he did not. He lost both fights. He thought it was going to be some Jeff Horn, Manny Pacquiao shit. Remember that? No, he ain't Jeff Horn. No, he fights harder away from home. So maybe George Kambosos maybe needs to fight away from home. And if he keeps fighting, he's going to have to fight away from home because he has no belt to support him. He was that once upon a time, I did this thing guy, right? So he has to show us something, George Kambosos Jr. And whoever betted on him, if he wins, they're getting paid tonight. So I don't know if showbiz don't. All right, man, look. That dude tripped me out, man. I used to watch Showbiz and watch that shit in the morning, man. I'd be laughing because I'm like, dude, this dude is just too fucking much. But it's funny as hell. Love this podcast. Love his podcast still. But Ryan on off-string couldn't KO or stop Haney, so a clean Ryan won't be able to hurt Haney. Well, you know what, though? Here's another factor with Ryan Garcia that we haven't looked at. Ryan was on more than just Osterine. You have to understand that. He was on more than just that shit. That was just the stuff that was illegal or PEDs or whatever. I think Ryan was on coke too. I think he was smoking weed. You know what I mean? You're gonna fuck with Keyshawn Davis, you're gonna fuck with David Benavidez, and then you seen Ryan Garcia smoking weed right after the fight. I don't think that's right. Bars. Yeah, Big Uns, I feel you on that one, but Tank probably gonna make maybe 4 or 5 more fights top people than he's done. Yeah, I mean, Tank ain't gonna be around long. I just don't understand why people look at Tank like Tank's this superstar. Tank, listen, this is Tank. Tank is a result of Floyd building Tank and how he dictated his career. He controlled the pace. He controlled the opponent. He controlled everything that Tank had to do with in the ring. That was all Floyd. Floyd was hired by Leonard Ellerbe, so it was Leonard and Leonard overseeing Tank as a fighter. So the history, I mean, I'm not ignorant to any of that shit. I know everything that Floyd did with Tank, for Tank, to Tank, was everything that he would have done if he was a fighter. The only difference was Tank is a guy that he's shorter, he's smaller. He had his little issues outside the ring or whatever, but I mean, all of them have. Floyd has too. Floyd went to jail over that. Remember that? So let's stop that shit. So, I think Tank is in a situation he's in, and that's what he's accustomed to. He's not accustomed to fighting all the big names out there because I don't think that interests him because it didn't interest the guy that made the fights happen. See, Tank didn't have his own decision making and stuff like that. He went to Floyd with each and everything that he had to offer. I think Kambosos is going to be the same Kambosos that beat Tio. And he's going to win. William Scroggins counterpunch to you. Kambosos got cooked at home versus Haney. Yeah, twice. But it showed you that Haney is Haney. I don't want to talk shit about Devin because I like Bill. Out of respect for his dad, I like Bill. I like Bill Haney. But Devin is not a Floyd. He's not any type of Floyd. He's not Pretty Boy. He looked like he was going in that direction when I seen him at Showtime. When I seen him, outbox some people. But nah. Haven't heard a peep, not a peep out of Tank since that fight. Well, yeah, I mean, but he got in there with a person that knew who he was. And one thing about hunger, desire, faith, it will get you a lot. Dedication, discipline. See, they thought that Lamont Roach was going to be another victim that was handpicked by Tank's handlers. So that's what that was. That's what, that's what that was about, you know. If you think Kambosos will win, go bet on him. Juan Big Guns, good counterpunch. Okay, Mike Griffith. That is the guy that was there for the historic Anthony Joshua versus Andy Ruiz, one in Madison Square Garden. So this is that same referee, people. Hey, Big Guns, anything can happen in boxing, bro. Look what he did to Tio. Okay, yeah, shit was 4 years ago. You know, but then, Tio Fimo, to be fair, Jr., he did show his bitch side. He showed a side to him that wasn't tasteful. And it was bitchy. He, won that fight, yo. Won that fight. Love you guys, but I won that fight. I'm like, come on, man. You know what I mean? He was just, and they blame, 22 wins, 3 losses, no draws, 10 KOs. And it's crazy because, yes, George Kambosos did fight the fight of his life that night. It was a close fight. But Tio would have been better off if he would have just ate the loss. Because it wasn't a fight where it was just a landslide for Kambosos. No, because you had both guys knocked each other down. Tio got him in the 10th round. People forget about that shit. Tio dropped him in the 10th round. And Kambosos, of course, rallied back in the 11th and the 12th, and it was a fight. And one thing about Tio, his ego has always stopped his success. See, he has no comeback story, or he has no true completion of what he's actually accomplished in his career. And I'm going to tell you why. Teofimo Lopez has not done anything as far as one-hit wonders. See, he beat Lomachenko on a time where Lomachenko might have not been his best, and he got surgery right after that fight. No rematch. They offered him more money. No rematch. His daddy wanted him to fight. No rematch. His promoter wanted him to fight. Still no rematch. So he pretty much killed his own legacy starter. He started and stopped all at the same time. Why? Because his very next fight was against Kambosos. Remember? Dedication, faith, determination, discipline. Those things Kambosos had. And Kambosos had, just like the spirit of Lamont Roach had with Tank. It just didn't go as well for Tio than it did Tank. Tank got a draw. Tio got an L. But it started, then it stopped. Because he could have redeemed himself. He didn't want to do that. No, he wanted to start making excuses like Deontay Wilder, which he, in fact, 2-3 years before that, called Wilder a bitch. But then, who's acting like a bitch when you don't even want to avenge the fight that you fought? Now, Tio could say, oh, I thought I did win, or blah, blah, blah. So he went up and he beat some guy I never heard of. And then he lost. Well, he won, but then he lost to Sandor Martin, remember? And then they overheard him saying, do I still got it, yo? Do I still even got it? Those type of things happen to Tio. So Tio is basically, by his own admission, by his own decisions, have pretty much hindered his career. It could have been a lot better if he would have ate that loss from Kambosos, came back and fought him, or just fought Lomachenko again and show people that, hey, I can do better, or I can do the same to someone that was possibly allegedly injured. So that never happened. But anyway, we're looking at the round 1 of Hitchins versus Kambosos, and I seen Hitchins to land a nice stiff jab to Kambosos and made him kind of think a bit when he popped him with them pink ass gloves he has on. Spat! He came in and stepped on. Dude coming in looking like Bob Foster in this piece. No good right hand to the body from Kambosos. He comes in with a left hook. He misses the left hook. He should have waited until Hitchinson's back was on the ropes, because that's where he was going. He goes to the body. Hitchinson takes a step back. Jab, jab. Ooh, good right jab and a right hand combination. And another jab from Hitchins. Hitchins is fainting, bro. He's that reminds me of Moses Atonement. That's what I was thinking about when I'm watching Hitchins. Bap! He's coming to the body. Good right hand from Hitchins. As I say that, and it makes Kambosos tentative to want to come in. Kambosos gets courageous when given the opportunity. If you notice, he may jab, and then he may jab in, and then he may come in with a left hook, a lunging or a leaping left hook. He lands a jab against Hutchins. He tries to throw another jab. He gets countered with a straight right. He goes for overhand right. It lands on the shoulder of Hitchins. Double jab, overhand right for Hitchins. Jab for Hitchins. Good counter for Hitchins. Another right over the jab. He counters that jab of Kambosos because it comes in a bit slow, and he choreographs it. He comes in and he steps in with it because his head, he comes in and Hitchins knows, bow, comes right over the top with that right hand. He feints the jab. Kambosos tries to counter his jab. He's just not quick enough. Another right hand counter. He misses with that right hand, Hitchins does. Jab for Hitchins. Bro, Hitchins is his timing is on. Double jab. Comes in. Catches him. His guard's up. Right to the body from Kambosos. And now, see, dealing with the overall mechanics of this fight, Hitchins is bigger, taller, stronger, again, faster. At this point, Kambosos should go to the body. So one thing that worked with Kambosos was the right to the body. He could throw that right to the body, and I think what happens, he has to make Hitchins feel that right to the body. Step in, bow, comes right in because he swings right with that right. And he was successful. He landed it earlier in that round, and I think that's the punch that he needs to start with. That's how you start setting up shots. Your successful shots should be the shots that you set up from, and then you can evolve from and step up to. So that jab and that right hand to the body. Look at that. 1-2 punch combination from Hitchins. Jab to the body from Kambosos. Jab from Hitchins. Jab from Hitchins. Oh, good left hook lands for Hitchins. And see what happens when Kambosos dashes in, trying to get closer to the target. He's getting countered now. Look at that, right over the jab of Kambosos. Another jab from Hitchins. Jab to the body from Hitchins. Jab upstairs from Hitchins. Then he counters over the jab of Kambosos. So it's a systematic breakdown. Beautifully done, though. Right hand lands for Kambosos. Like I'm telling you guys, that jab and that right hand is the bread and butter for Kambosos. Kambosos should either turn that over and come back to the body or come upstairs with a left hook while he's in that close distance. He's trying to close the distance from between himself and Hitchins being faster. Hitchins is and he's punching all between the timing of Kambosos' arsenal. Kambosos is jabbing. Jab gets countered with a left hook. Jab gets countered with an overhand right. This is what happens every time Kambosos goes upstairs. Look at it, 1-2. Then he comes first. Another right hand over the jab. That kind of clips his ear. Kambosos comes in. He's making this noise because he knows, like, okay, what am I going to do against this guy? He throws a left hook. It's blocked. Jab to the body. It gets countered with a right hand. Right hand to the body lands for Kambosos. Like I'm telling you guys, the right hand is working. Good jab to the body from Kambosos. He eats a jab. He comes back with a jab. He scores a jab. Right hand to the body lands for Kambosos. Jab lands for Kambosos. He eats a jab from Hitchins. Another jab from Hitchins. Jab to the chest from Kambosos. And see, now it's almost like now Hitchins is more, if you've seen him, he's leaning. Good left hook from Hitchins. And that was a lunging left hook. Is Kambosos allergic to not getting up? Hitchins sharper. Yeah, he's in the zone. He's, Z069 counterpunch to you. You can see Tank smile from Neptune. Okay, so here we go. And you can see the right eye is already starting to swell. He's got a nice little nicker under that right eye already. Look at that. Jab, right hand lands. Jab. This Kambosos can stick to the body punching so it will pay off in the end. Yeah, I mean, he needs to make that should be the arsenal of his attack. Feint upstairs because that you know what's successful. You know what's working for you. Good jab from Hitchins. Good jab from Hitchins. Jab to the body from Kambosos. And see, he should have worked that body or tried to work something. He should jab to the shoulders. Because look, double jab. Lands for Hitchins. Jab to the body from Kambosos. Kambosos throws a left hook. He misses. Good 1-2. He eats it. He tries to counter with a right. He misses. Jab from Hitchins. One, two from Kambosos. Jab to the body from Kambosos. He misses with a left hook to the body. He should go, to the upstairs for Kambosos. Good jab from Hitchins. Ooh, good snapping right for Hitchins. Now, see, Hitchins, if he loaded, good right hand. He's just countering. Left hook lands for Kambosos. Maybe Hitchins was trying to take a picture of that right hand because he did kind of bow and bring it back and kind of looked. And he gets caught with a left hook from Kambosos. So if Kambosos can, get him a little bit more prideful, a little bit more relaxed, he could actually do something. Hasn't really made any adjustments. No, he hasn't. Jab, jab. And understand something about Kambosos and Tio Lopez. They were both looking like bloody pigs after that fight of each other. And, again, good right from Hitchins. And, and again, Tio and Kambosos probably would have had a saga, but Tio is so, I'm too good for rematch type shits that he's just fucking his own career up. You know what I mean? If nobody is on your level, but you're getting L's, that's a problem. That's a real problem. You got your ass whooped already. So you can't be that much better than someone else. You see what I mean? So that's I like how Hitchins just threw a left just to land the right. He threw that left away. Now Kambosos is trying to close the gap. Now he wants 1, 2, 3 punch to the body, and he should have done that early in that round. See, if Kambosos can corner Hitchins, because Hitchins is beating him with the counters, with the jab, with the speed, with the timing. He's doing all that. you know, just he's landing a lot of shots. Hitchins says thick skin. Kambosos won't cut him like Tio. Yeah, Tio and Kambosos, they have thin skin. You know, they have that what I call that Klitschko skin. He always has problems, either boxers, Kamboso, that's it. Jab, boom, right hand. Ooh. And then Kambosos throws a right. He throws it, he eats those two, bop, bop, and he throws this right hand and kind of nicks the ear of Hitchins. You know, so here we go. Round 4, I believe. Yeah. Jab. Jab from Kambosos. Jab from Kambosos. He's trying to set something up. Good jab and right hand to the body by Hitchins. Good jab downstairs for Kambosos. He misses with that right because he didn't follow through with the right hand to the body, Kambosos. Right to the body from Kambosos. When he gets inside, he needs to throw that right to the body. Good jab upstairs from Hitchins. And he throws his own right to the body. Good right hand from Hitchins. Jab from Hitchins. Jab from Kambosos upstairs. Right hand to the body from Kambosos. Good right from Hitchins. Double jab from Kambosos. He misses one and lands the second one. Good right to the body from Kambosos. Good jab downstairs from Hitchins. Jab and a right hand from Hitchins. Kambosos puts the high guard up. He rips a right hand to the body, a right hook to the body. Kambosos does. Good jab from Kambosos. And what's starting to happen, because Kambosos is landing so many right hands to the body, it's subconsciously making Hitchins drop his guard. So he's more here than here like he was before. So it's a good play. Jab to the body from Kambosos. Now Kambosos has got him cornered. He's putting pressure on him. He misses the left hook, Kambosos does. Good right hand from Hitchins. Overhand right from Hitchins. Left hook upstairs into the body. Left hook from Kambosos. Jab and a right hand. The jab lands, the right hand doesn't. It might have glazed. Maybe partially lands for Hitchins. Kambosos goes to jab to the body and gets caught with two right hands. Bow, bow. That was looking like some Andy Cruz stuff there. Good jab and a right hand. Another jab from Hitchins. And see, Kambosos, though, you got to give it to him, bro. Good right hand from Kambosos to the body. He's tough. He's a tough customer. He's a tough character. You know what I mean? He's a tough competitor. Former champion. That's what he is. Hitchins has thick skin. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Hitchins not doing any body work. He needs to. Sorry, Kurt, my typing all effed up. Smooth Will. What did you say? He always has problems, either boxers. Okay, no problem. Hitchins not doing any body work. He should do some body work, though. He should.
When you go into the body, you're pulling out. You got to stay in there. He's countering you in the air. When you pull out, listen to me. You can't sit and come.
Yeah, because they're telling them right. Just like I told them, they're saying you can't pull out when he's ready to counter. See, he's coming in with body work, and Kambosos is getting tagged, but he's actually working the body. The final boss, Luca Mora, they're going to have to throw in the towel for George if he's getting pieced up. Nah, it ain't that bad. It's not that bad. You know what I mean? It's not that bad. He's just doing better than someone like Haney is. Haney will be comfortable with a certain pace all night. Haney, I don't think he has that gas capacity. You know what I mean? He doesn't want to take risks. Good jab. Good jab from Hitchins. Good right hand from Hitchins. What round? This is round 5, Wayne, 88. Round 5 just started. 2 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in the round. I don't see how he missed that right hand, but Kambosos found a way to miss that right hand. He shouldn't have missed that right hand. Oh, good jab upstairs for Hitchins. Jab for Kambosos. Now he throws a right to the left to the body. I think he lands the right hand and he misses the left because it was blocked by Hitchins. Oh, good right to the body. Oh, good left hook from Kambosos. Oh, good right hand from Hitchins. Good jab to the body from Hitchins. Now Kambosos, now the fight's getting like a phone booth. Kambosos needs to fight more, but now he may be getting tired. Oh, good right hand. Good right hand from Kambosos. Another right and a left. And a right, left. And uppercut. Right hand. Left, right, left. All Hitchins. Kambosos tries to fight back. Left hook. He comes in with a lunging left hook. He throws a right. Oh, I think a body shot hurt him. I think that body shot hurt him. Left hook lands. Right to the body lands from Hitchins. Kambosos jabs. Eats another right. Right and the left lands. Kambosos throws a left hook to the body, a right hand to the body. Kambosos is still hurt, though. He's trying to fight back, but he's still hurt. Hitchins jab upstairs from Hitchins. Hitchins tags him. Good right uppercut from Kambosos. Kambosos comes back with a right uppercut. Upstairs. Ooh, good left hook to the body. Another good left hook to the body. He eats 2 left hooks upstairs from Hitchins, though. Good round. Good round. Kambosos was hurt because you see his face squinch. So let's see what exactly happened with him in this exchange, because he got hit with something. He was like, and then, Hitchins came on, back. He started banging him. Guess who's in the crowd? Tio Lopez. Speaking of the devil.
He's back here now against Richardson Hitchins. What do you think of what you've seen so far?
What a phenomenal performance by Richardson Hitchins. Outboxing him, out-jabbing him, outclassing him. Kambosos got to pick it up, or this fight could be over very soon.
What would your advice be to Kambosos against an opponent like Hitchins?
Move your fucking head. That's it, move your fucking head. Excuse my language. And yeah, man, I'm happy, man. What a phenomenal fight.
Appreciate it, Dave.
Wow, there's Tio Lopez. Where's Bill? I don't know. I don't know where Bill is. Bill should come out of nowhere. You need to move your fingers to the contract. That's what you need to do. You and your drunk ass daddy. That's what you need to do. I'm like watching this fight on X2 playback speed. Oh, good jab from Hitchins. Oh, that snapped his head back. I wanted to see what hurt him instead of seeing Tio talk a bunch of stuff. But anyway, that was Tio. Oh, good right hand and a left hook. Oh, good right hand for Hitchins. Jab for Hitchins. Double jab for Hitchins. Overhand right for Kambosos. Kambosos, though, man, he's... Oh, good left hook and a right hand. Jab downstairs for Kambosos. Oh, good left hook. Good left hook from Kambosos. Kambosos comes in with a left hook. Oh, good right hand, and he falls. He slips. Uh-oh. No, that wasn't a knockdown. He threw a right and he slipped. Kambosos wants to get back at him. More like high-ass daddy. Drunk daddy. Well, I think he gets drunk at those fights, and then he gets probably high later on. I can't wait to leave this fight, bro. Getting my mouth wiped to get... Get my mouth wet. Let's see here. Jab downstairs from Hitchins. Good right hand for Hitchins. Jab for Hitchins. Oh, good left hook from Kambosos. Good jab from Hitchins. Good right to the body from Kambosos. Oh, good left uppercut upstairs from Hitchins. Good jab from Hitchins. Oh, good jab from Kambosos. Then he eats a right and a left and another left jab from Hitchins. Oh, good jab from Hitchins. Oh, good right hand from Kambosos. Oh, good left uppercut and a straight right from Hitchins. Jab from Hitchins. Left hook from Hitchins. Another jab from Hitchins. A right to the body from Kambosos. Another right upstairs from Hitchins. Another right upstairs from Hitchins. Man, Hitchins is still a hype job if he wins. Hitchins is a classic weight bully. George turned out to be a one-hit wonder if he loses this one. He has to come with it, though. I mean, his face, that right eye is getting the blues. The right eye is getting the blues, and it's because of that jab. He's just, bow, that jab is catching him. Now, people need to understand the damage that people do or get or take from gloves, leather. Say hi live.
Hi, live.
All right, cool. Okay.
Where's my shoes? Oh.
All right, here we go. Round 7. Kambosos is coming in with the jab. Oh, good jab to the body from Kambosos. Oh, good jab from Hitchins. Oh, another good jab from Hitchins. Oh, another good jab from Hitchins. Oh, a left hook and a right hand to the body. Oh, good right hand from Hitchins. And oh, Kambosos walked into that right hand. I don't know how he stood up because you seen sweat just like. That's how Haney beat him with the jab. Oh, good right hand. Good right hand. Uh-oh, something's going on with the floor. Did he slip? Good jab from Hitchins. Double jab from Hitchins. I imagine Kambosos has to have some cash, bro. I think, he's done pretty well off the Tio win, and, he fought Lomachenko and got beat. He got beat twice. He got beat twice by Devin Haney. Oh, good left hook for Kambosos. He eats a jab from Hitchins. Oh, good left hook from Hitchins. Oh, good another left hook from Hitchins. Hitchins with the jab. Ooh, good left uppercut to the body from Kambosos. Now, Kambosos should go right back to that body. He landed that left hook. He should come up lap and come right back to the body with a shot. Oh, good right hand from Hitchins. Jab from Hitchins. It seems like when they're about to get it on, that's when the round's over. Turkey needs to make sure Crawford doesn't run. If he runs, he holds his pay. Jose, when have you seen Terrence Crawford run? When have you seen him run? That's what I want to know. When have you seen Terrence Crawford run? Because I'm confused. You know, he's had 8 or 9 straight stoppages. So when the fuck have you seen him run? Because I'm trying to figure this out. Like, this is what I can say though. Jose, do you remember the first Canelo versus Triple G fight? I expect Kambosos for not clinching when getting destroyed. Yeah. Come on, Hitchins KO this man. Yeah, he's tough. I mean, look, you got to give it to him. He ain't holding like a bitch. He's not moving to avoid conflict. He's not doing any of that. Kurt, the fans are convincing Turkey to withhold Crawford's pay if he runs. You're not answering my question. I asked you, when the last time you seen Crawford run? Ooh, good left hook from Hitchins. Right hand from Hitchins. Left hook to the body from Hitchins. Ooh, 1-2 from Hitchins. Left hook from Hitchins. Yeah, he's another left uppercut. Right left uppercut. He misses the left hook. Kambosos comes back with a left hook. Another 1-2 from Kambosos. Jab from Kambosos. Kambosos throws a left hook and lands on the forehead of, actually on the top of the head, bro. That shit hurts. Oh, he misses. Kambosos misses that left hook because it was a lunging, one of those Vladimir Klitschko left hooks. Jab from Hitchins. Ooh, good left uppercut to the body from Kambosos. Ooh, good right and a left hook that snapped Kambosos' head back. Another straight right from Hitchins. Kambosos is hanging in there, though, bro. You got to give it to him because he's like, dude, I'm getting my ass whooped, but I'm seeing what you about. You know what I mean? I'm still in the game. I'm still in the fight. If I can land a good right or a jab here and there and a right to the body or a left hook downstairs, you know what I mean? Left hook upstairs from Kambosos. He eats a jab. He eats another jab. He eats another jab. Jesus. Left hook and a right hand. Ooh, good left uppercut. Good right to the body. Oh, wait a minute. That was kind of low. That was a little bit low. He called Kambosos low, but I don't think Kambosos likes those body punches. Eat jabs for dinner. Yeah, he's just taking these shots. But he should see he's pulling straight back, which his corner told him not to do. Ooh, left hook to the body. Bow from Hitchins. Yep. Yeah, that hurt. That hurt, bro. Like I just said, the body punches. If Tio wouldn't have came on, we'd have saw the body punches. Oh, yeah, he stopped it because he was like, dude, because he was going to get ate up because he'd have been trying to protect his body. That's over with. Stoppage. Systematic breakdown. Great effort from George Kambosos. Right hand, bow to the... And look, let's look at it like this. Kambosos took every shot that he could take. He took it. He ate it. He owned it. And he didn't grab. He didn't hold. He didn't clench. He didn't bitch up. He did what he could do with Hitchins, the champ. Fair play to Hitchins for getting the job done. He had to figure it out. Bow, 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 until he went to that body. Boop, boop. Oh, there's the sweet spots. There you go. Right, left hook. You know, and it's crazy. That liver shot put his ass down. That left hook put him down. We got to see that again. Think it's the first time Kambosos didn't go the distance. Yeah, well, no, because I mean, Loma put him out. Fans are actually convincing Turkey that boxing needs war, not runners. You're still not. You didn't answer my question at all. And I know what you're doing. You're targeting it towards Terrence, but I'm like, when have you seen Terrence run? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I know this is some, like, you know, because, okay, Jose, if we're going to talk, let's talk sensibly. Because it seems like you're just making statements and you're not really answering questions. You're just making a statement, I guess, to make a statement. He ran versus Madrimov. He ran versus Madrimov? Who else did he run from? I mean, that's what you said. Kurt, I'm just happy. Okay. Hitchins won me my money, KO. You're right. Thought it went the distance. No, he didn't run. He was just low volume. Okay. If that fight would have been Madrimov. Jose, did you see Madrimov's last fight? I got to. Did you see Madrimov's last fight? Madrimov is an awkward fighter. He showed how awkward he was, but he also showed how effective he was with Terrence Crawford at a different weight class. That's when people was like, ooh, wait a minute. Nah, don't fuck with Canelo. If you can't do nothing at 154, what are you doing going to 168 fucking with Canelo? Canelo ain't Madrimov. Madrimov was a guy. Kurt, real boxing fans are finally being listening. Okay. Oh, wait, this is what I'm saying. I haven't seen Terrence Crawford run. I've seen him box and I've seen him close the show because he was putting punches together systematically. For people that know what boxing really is, some people don't. Some people think it's a fight or a fiery exchange between emotional situations in a boxing match. I'm not a hater, but it's a fight, not a track meet. So you're saying you've seen Terrence Crawford run from Madrimov. But I find it strange that you can't or couldn't see how Madrimov avoided Victor Ortiz. You know what I mean? Like that's what I don't see, because that's more of an example to me with the example you gave me with the same guy that you say Terrence ran from, but you couldn't see that Madrimov, you know, he did like he was more like a ineffective Usyk. Yeah, Virgil. I'm sorry, not Victor. Virgil. That's right, Virgil Ortiz. Let's see what Hitchins saying.
Now I'm here.
You knew the jab has been a part of your arsenal all throughout your career, but it was the body work tonight that really seemed to get the job done. How much was that a part of the game plan coming in?
I watched George. I seen the fight with him and Devin Haney. I knew that Devin Haney didn't really take it inside, and he was headhunting a lot when he did have him hurt. So I said, you know, I'm gonna touch him with some short shots. And when I did touch him with a short shot, I seen how he squinted, and I smelled blood, but I just wanted to keep punishing him. And I went and told his dad, if you love your son, you'll stop the fight. So he was tough. He was a true competitor, but I was just a better man tonight.
You know, coming into this fight, I think a lot of people would have said, hey, Richardson can win a decision pretty easy, but will he step on the gas? Will he go for the knockout? Will he look to be spectacular? Was that on your mind tonight?
Yeah, I knew that I had to, I had to go to some unsafe places to get some good shots off. So I put myself in harm's way, but I knew that I had good defense and I knew I could take a punch. He caught me a couple good shots, but it didn't really hurt me. So I just went for the kill. So I always knew I had it in me, but the fights be so easy on the outside where I don't gotta take a chance. But now I'm getting more comfortable as a professional. I said, all right, let's sit in here and dig and let me test my defense out.
When you landed that body shot in the last round, did you know that was going to finish the fight?
Nah, I wanted them to stop the fight, but you know, I got him with the body shot and I fouled up and it was all she wrote.
You got your title still, and I know you want bigger and better things in the 140-pound division. A couple of the title holders that are out there right now. Tio Lopez here, watching this fight from ringside. What do you want to do next?
You know, like I said, I want to thank Eddie Hearn and Matchmaking.
Look at Tio. Tio coming in, peeps. Tio coming in, peeps.
I'm going into free agency now, so there's a lot of options, and I want the big fights. You know, after my last fight, I called Tio out right away. You know, obviously he got other plans, so I don't know what's next. But I'm looking here at the camera. Devin Haney, fuck you, nigga. Let's fight. Devin Haney next. Fuck Devin Haney and Bill Haney. Pussies. New York, stand up, baby. We here, baby.
Ooh. Whoa.
We'll come over. Get George Kambosos. Didn't go your way tonight, George. What went wrong?
Wow.
Look at the talent. I fought them all, man. You got Tszyu here. You got Hitchins. He's calling out Haney. We'll probably try to call out Lomachenko too. Man, I fought them all, man. I'm a warrior. He's a hell of a fighter. They're all great fighters. And you know what? Like I've been saying, yeah, I chase greatness, man. I really believed in myself, but just didn't have that time. He's a little bit too good for me tonight. So, hey, he hit me with a beautiful body shot. I still got up at 10, 9, 10, but the ref's got to do his job. And like I said, look at the ring in here. We got champions in here, so, and I fight them all, man. So the boxing world, they're going to talk a little bit now, but I hope you guys, appreciate the warrior that I am, and I fight the best. So it is what it is.
You knew you'd have to get inside that jab of Hitchins. You had trouble doing it for most of the night. Why couldn't you get inside that one punch?
Just the timing, man. I've had maybe too many wars on the outside. Just couldn't get that timing right. Couldn't get the movement right. A couple of times got in there. I clipped him a couple of times. I thought I caught him nicely a couple of times, but it is what it is. Like I said, I'm a warrior, and let's see if all the boys fight each other. You're gonna get wins, losses, draws. Who gives a fuck, man? This is boxing. Fight the best. Fuck the cherries.
Yeah.
Fight the best, George. As you move your career forward, where do you go next?
Look, man, I don't know right now. I've had 2 fights in like 3 months' time. Two solid guys, and I've been fighting the best. So right now, I'm going to go coach my son's footy team. That's what I want to do, and obviously, it is what it is.
All right, appreciate it, George.
Thank you to the boxing world. I always love you guys, and look, we'll go back to the drawing board, but all the best to Richie and his team and what they do next. Look, man, I chased it. I really believe in it, but it's too good for me today, and obviously Teo as well. They're all champions, man. And I'm still 2-1 here in MSG, so God bless everyone, and New York, I love you guys. Thank you.
All right, Eddie Hearn.
Nice.
Turn to you, Teofimo. Well, you're hanging out here as well. Eddie, let's start.
What's Tio talking about, man?
Yeah, great performance. George is a warrior, but that's what you needed.
Get him from Foster's, right, Skrilla?
On the gas after the domination. Sometimes he would let that just coast to 12 rounds. Came out, dominated, great performance. That is the statement he needed to mix with these guys. Great atmosphere tonight, great performance from a great young American champion. Time for him to get the big fights.
Teofimo, everybody's wondering what you're going to do next. Is a unification fight with Richardson Hitchins something you consider?
Hey, I just want to say, shout out, thank God for making this possible for everybody. Yeah, absolutely. What round was it that he stopped at? 8, baby. All right, infinite. Yeah, absolutely. Unification, here we go.
Is that the fight you want? Is that something we've been hearing about you, Boutzenis, Devin Haney? Is Richardson Hitchins the fight that you want to do next?
I don't know. Let me hear it, New York. Y'all want to see that fight? All right, man. I'm all about the people. Let's go, baby.
All right. Appreciate it, Teofimo. Eddie, last word to you. Richard did say he's a free agent. I know you want to keep working with him, doing big fights with him. What's the big fight out there you think is there for Richardson Hitchins?
I think this man. You heard him talk about Devin Haney. We've had a great run with Tio. We're talking with Keith about where we go from here and moving forward. It's time for him to land a big fight now.
Appreciate it, Eddie.
Thank you.
Guys?
Okay, so Hitchins, round 9, body shot, massive body shot. Good display of boxing ability. Okay. Then he does crazy things, calls out Devin Haney, tells him who he is, tells him where they can go, tells him about himself, tells his dad about himself, Bill Haney. Ooh. It's crazy. Hitchins just ruined his whole night with that cringe fake hate speech. He don't want Devin to drink. I would like to see him in Devin. But what Devin are we going to look at? And see, this is the thing. I don't agree with the Mexican style only shit. That's bullshit to me. But I can understand, and it gives people that only Jose likes Mexican style fights room to talk. Because Devin Haney made it, landed 205 to 57, thrown 398 to 357. Woo-hoo. Wow. Crazy. Turkey withhold every fighter money if they run the fans got your back. Tio is wandering around like a lost child. What shenanigans is Tio getting himself into? I mean, Tio needs a fight. Tio's there for a reason. Tio's strategic because he knows that Turkey's pissed at him for doing certain things. He turned down the fight with Devin Haney for millions of dollars, which I just still don't understand. And Jose, Tio is not a Mexican-style fighter, so I don't know who you were referring to, Kambosos. Because Kambosos is more of a Mexican style than any of these guys, than Hitchins, than Haney, of course, than Tio. So I don't know. You're saying Mexican style, but what Mexicans are we talking about here? What Mexican style are we talking about? Who are we glorifying? Who are you projecting? Who are you promoting? That's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear from you. Would be nice. Dr. How Hat Where? Ain't no kings in America. Okay. Kambosos is just trash. All right. I think Tio will beat Hitchins. He has a better style and more power punches. Jose doesn't know shit about boxing. Mexican style ends up getting you iced. Come on, man. You're looking too deep into the words of a man talking out of his own ass, Kurt. Jose is just yapping to yap sake. Yeah, for yap's sake. Yeah, I mean, when you like, my thing is, I try to say stuff that makes sense. Tio does not hit harder than Hitchins. Luke, I see what you did there, champ. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Hitchinson for masterclass with the cherry on top. CJ Rich, yeah. Let me hear this. Let's see this.
You keep trying to make the narrative is, oh, this is his big homecoming. He got to show out. He got to do this. It don't matter how we cut it, slice and dice. You've been down to a body shot. You've been scored. You've been bruised up. I've never shown nothing. I've never been down to a body shot, headshot. For the Argentine guy, I was coming off 11 knockouts.
If you fought, like I kept saying, if you fought Lopez and Haney at the time that I fought Haney twice, and I'm gonna check that,
right,
they will beat your ass as well. And I'll
beat
come
my
beat your
ass?
ass. Yes.
Like, really,
yes. I believe that.
Like, it would be like,
I'll be the judge of that G14.
Okay. What does this homecoming mean to me? Why can't George spoil it? I mean, it's not even about the homecoming. It's not about being spoiled. No matter who I'm in the ring with, they can't spoil my plans. My plans to take over the sport of boxing. I'm a special fighter. It's completely different from fights gaining with me. It's easy to say I'm oppression. It's easy to say I'm going to take away his jabs. It's easy to say I'm laying the right hand. When they get in there, it's harder than it look. Everything, the whole game plan I've seen 100 times. You're training right now to land the right hand. You're training right now to make it a tough, rugged fight.
Maybe.
No, that's what you need to do.
Maybe.
That's what you have to do.
Not.
You can't outbox
Maybe I'll be in the head.
You can't outbox me. You can't outbox me. You can't outbox me.
We'll see.
Your dad know, your team know, you can't outbox me. What makes us different as people? You don't have like an intuitive approach. Like it's just like your approach is just like just twitchy. It's just two different people, two different thoughts. Like I'm more of a thinker than you. I can just tell. Like,
you're a boxer.
I'm not a boxer.
You're a boxer.
I'm an all-around fighter.
You're a boxer.
What are you?
I'm a fighter. I'm a warrior. I'm a fighter.
That's what
I'm a fighter. I'm a warrior. That's good. I'm prepared to die, man. Who has a better resume? Of course, I have the better resume. I fought champion after champion, pound for pounders after pound for pounders, all of famous.
Who beat the better fighters?
Listen. Forget the zero in boxing. I've been saying it constantly. The zero does not fucking matter anymore in boxing. People said, man, you got the belts. Take it easy. Tune up. Easy fights. Pick whoever you want. I went straight to the fire, man. Now, you, for some reason, don't believe it. You don't believe that they're certain, fighters. You don't believe that they're the pinnacle of the sport. So, okay, that's
You don't
your
believe
thoughts. That's
you
your,
don't
that's
believe
your
that about
thoughts.
me either, right?
I believe you're a good fighter.
Good
I don't feel like you're them.
Wow. So, a nice little beyond the gloves or whatever the hell you want to call it. That was actually a better display in an inside venue. I got to give a shout out to CJ Rich. A little California love. Man, absolutely. California needs all the love they can get. Because I seen some shit on there reminds me back in the early 90s. This shit's not cool. But Weak Body loves his chocolates. Hitchins is good, but I see Tio and Devin beating him. Devin will definitely win if they fight. Tio is stepping over dollars to pick up nickels. Well, that's true. I don't understand why he turned that money down against someone that is newfound undefeated, Devin Haney. They were on the same card to promote a certain fight, and that fight didn't happen because Ryan lost. And I think because Ryan lost, he didn't really want that fight with Devin. Devin looked horrible. So, the fight that we thought we were going to get, Devin Haney versus Boots, and I don't even think Boots is going to even stay at 147, Yeah. Yeah, it's called riots. Yeah, they're bad in California right now. They're still kicking up dust. National Guard hosing people and shit, People are getting, yeah. And then, yeah, it's been bad, bro. It's been all around bad, I put a turkey to my Tio for Thanksgiving. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, that left hook. The left uppercut, actually. That's what hurt. That's what hurt Kambosos. Kambosos, he got hurt with that body shot, and he just ate a shitload of punches because he just, you have to break character in the real world sometimes. You can pretend like something doesn't hurt until it fucking makes you cringe. Then you can't pretend. It's hard when someone hits you so hard you can't pretend that this shit doesn't hurt. You can't pretend that it doesn't hurt. It hurts. Bow! Oof! Bow! Appreciate what you do, Kurt. Very committed to the sport and giving it live commentary. Kudos, bro. King. Is it Quiku? Or is it Kiku? Appreciate you, brother. Most everyone turned up to No King's protest. All you could hear was the squeaky wheels of military tanks and Trump parades. Ironic, I watched Hopkins versus De La Hoya earlier today. Yeah, that is crazy. And CJ Rich, it just shows you how many times things repeats itself that we can catch, and, watching fights, analyzing fights, respecting fights, observing fights, gets you better at boxing, makes you respect what happens. I think what people should understand, anybody, 59 of you that are still on, I would suggest that everyone go spar. Just go somewhere and spar. Put some headgear on, get you a mouthpiece, of course. Don't get your teeth knocked out. And just spar. Even if it's just only to the body or whatever, just spar. Then you'll know what it's like. Don't spar with an asshole. Don't spar with somebody that's trying to hurt you. Spar with with somebody that knows what to do and knows the temperament. Okay. So who's next? Richardson versus Richardson Hitches, Tio Lopez, Devin Haney, the winner of Matias versus Puello. So he has options. So we'll see who wins and who he selects. Hitchins versus Devin is the best fight at the weight. Julian, when certain injustice happens in America, the people start to riot. Done wrestling, taekwondo, BJJ, and even pro wrestling, but never sparred. Yeah, you need to spar. Because, I mean, those are physical things, Taekwondo, okay, it's pretty. It's okay. But those are two things. Jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, I know that's what you meant. But sparring, yeah, you want to spar. You want to spar. You want to know what it's like to protect yourself by yourself. There's no button mashing. There's no pressing. Someone's jabbing at you. You better move your head. You better learn how to counter. You better learn some things, honestly. I wouldn't want to just put someone in there that doesn't know the proper steps of how to throw a jab, how to throw a right hand, a left hook, a right cross, a left uppercut, a right uppercut to the head or the body. Cheers for the commentary, Kurt. Mr. All In, thank you, man. Appreciate you. But yeah. So then they'll give you an idea of someone catching a right hand. You'll know because you felt it, because you have identified with someone punching you in the fucking head with a right cross. Right? So, yeah. It is possible to slip, roll, and counter a bullet. How do I spar to prepare for that? You don't. Only felt it in street fights. No, I think you need to feel it in a controlled environment. And actually, sparring helps you. If you spar once a week in a street fight, that will help you, especially in a street fight or a bar fight where you need stamina. Especially because, see, in a real world, let's say you spar once a week and you get good. Alex, hello. And you get good. And then you get in a bar fight with someone. You end up catching them with a 5-piece combination, putting them ground. And then you're leaving and they pull out a pistol. You're going to have to get the hell out of there if you don't have your own pistol, because now it's a whole different issue. Every time I watch a fight, I want to get into boxing. I feel that I feel that I have a heart to become a champion. I'm 38 now. Do you think I have a chance? I bounced in the clubs for years and boxed a little. It depends. It depends if do you have injuries? Do you what kind of shape are you in now? Kurt, who do you think would win Haney versus Hitchins? I think it depends on what Haney shows up. Because if Haney pulls that shit he's running like he's doing, he ain't going to go far. He's not going to get the nod. He's not going to get the decision. Because I think now people are against fighters that move without motive. Moving without motive, I think, that's the issue. So if Haney fights like he did, nah. It's going to be a bullshit fight. People are going to boo. People are not going to like it. Haney, is he on drugs? No, I don't think so.
Much more to look forward to, and you can see it all live on The Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
No injuries, and I'm very muscular, 6'1" and about 280. Ooh, 280, and you're 6'1"? You're a big guy, big sturdy bastard too. You're damn near 300 pounds and 6 foot tall. Yeah. Depends. Biggest runner in the sport is Sleepy Time Stevenson. You know, I think these guys being called out being runners, I think it's actually good for them. Because I think they're going to eventually start to resent the idea of people thinking they're runners or claiming that they're runners. And they're going to have to do something to change people's mindset of that. And since that's the case, they may in fact be turning to be straight savages. So maybe that's the hope for them. By chance, are you related to Jarrell Miller? No, right? Because I don't know if you're talking to me, but no, I'm not related to Jarrell Miller. But Jarrell Miller, yeah, big guy. If you're 6'1" and you're 280, you're just fat. No, I mean you could be a big guy. Like, you know, some people are big and fucking sturdy, you know, just big, like big ass full. Because I mean, I don't really have that. I'm mostly like a tall and lean guy. That's why you hear me talk shit about like AJ and Wilder and guys like that, especially AJ. AJ is a guy that was tall and skinny and lanky. He's just taller than I am. I'm 6'2.5". A lot of people say I'm 6'3", but I'm 6'2" tall. I'm like Usyk's height, you know. But I'm not a, you know, I wasn't that. Well, I got muscular over time, you know. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure he was, but no, it's guys, you know, that are big and muscular. Like, look at Jay Roos. Jay Roos is a, you know, I've met Jay Roos. Jay Roos is a guy, he's about 6'1". I don't know if he's 280. I forget what he told me. But he's 2 something. You know what I mean? He's like probably 230, 40. You know what I mean? And if you're 280, yeah, I mean, but you know, you Jay Roos, you wouldn't want to get hit with somebody like Jay Roos. That motherfucker would probably take you off. You got to be careful with fighting certain people, but you have to know what and when not to fold. And, you know, dude got a Rubik's Cube bill. No, I mean, you know, Jay Roos is a big dude, though. Somebody hit you with big ass forearms and shit, Popeye ass forearm. You better be careful. I'm African and I'm very muscular, but I am very quick on the feet. Okay. Man, you need to visit a gym. You need to visit a gym. You know? Jay Roos is a big guy, you can tell. Yeah. Big bouncer looking motherfucker. And I'm saying that because I used to, you know, like 10 years ago, I used to do security for, you know, clubs and parties and shit like that. So. Been bouncing in clubs in New York for years. I believe that. When Jay Roos said he was in his 50s, I knew that he was a fountain of youth in his backyard. Yeah, he's but I mean, you have to understand that certain people age different. You know what I mean? Like I'm 45, but people think I'm about 35. Well, that's fucking good. That means that I don't get shit hammered or fucked up all the time, or you know what I mean, or stuff like that. I don't have grays. I might have maybe 1 or 2. I don't know if you can see them. Might have 1 somewhere, but I'm 45. You know, some people got white chili everywhere on their shit, and I don't diet or nothing because I'm not hiding nothing. You know, and that's that really. Yeah, I'm 45 years old, dude. I'm 45. Shit, I started the channel when I was 35. You know, I don't know if you guys seen earlier versions of Counterpunch. You know, face was a little slimmer. You know, a little peak up here. Hey, this is AKA Counterpunch. Counterpunch. Yeah. Very young and cheerful. God bless you. Appreciate you. But Jay Roos would also KO Jake Paul in the next fight. No, Jay Roos, he wouldn't fight Jay Roos. That would be stupid. Yeah, Jay Roos would, yeah. That's a bad fight. Mm-hmm. So, but no, I mean, it is what it is. You know, you just take care of yourself and, you know, and you stay youthful or whatever. He isn't in that age bracket. I mean, he's in his 50s, but like, you know, Jake wouldn't do that shit. You know, he couldn't afford to get knocked out by somebody that a lot of people don't know. Shouldn't Jake lose to Chavez Jr., or is it Chavez really that shit? Chavez probably now is, and we don't know if Chavez is actually on the take or not. The whole thing about fighting on a Jake Paul card, if you're on the take, you got to pretend that you're not on the take. You see what I mean? You have to pretend that you're going all in with a guy like Jake Paul because he's a clown, he's a YouTuber, he's a nobody, he's this and that, everything negative. But on fight night, you better go and hit the canvas, or you better not beat Jake Paul. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, if you guys can remember, you guys remember Hassan Rahman Jr.? You remember Hassan Rahman Jr. when he was supposed to be fighting Jake Paul, and then mysteriously he just got unnamed to be the fighter because of some kind of weight bullshit. Remember that? Chavez Jr. is probably high as shit. Yeah, I think Chavez Jr. gets high. I think he gets real high. I think he has the money to get high, and I think he does exactly that. You know, did you know Chavez Sr. got high as a motherfucker? He was on coke. He was a drunk. He used to go home and whoop his wife when he came home. Yeah, the legendary Julio Cesar Chavez used to get wasted. I mean, shit-faced. He had problems. He had a lot of problems. Do you think Moses may lose to White? I think he's ready for White. I think he's not ready for White. King Quiyu or Quiku. Is it Quiku or Kiku? Which one is it? Rahman Jr. would have KO'd Jake because he wasn't on the take. See, Rahman Jr. wasn't on the take, and I think what happened is they gave him a contract, and in that contract was pretty much an agreement like, look, this is what you have to do in this exhibition. It can't be any, you know, roughhousing. It can't be anything like we did when we sparred. It can't be nothing like that. And I think Jake Paul sent that to him, and he didn't sign it. And then because he didn't sign it, he was out. He was out like Shark Tank. I don't. White has been very inactive, and he's very clumsy as a fighter. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So, no, good fight tonight. Hitchins versus Kambosos. Kambosos is turning into that journeyman-like guy. Shout out to Kambosos for giving respect, and I like how he worded it. Like, look, we're all champions. Fuck the O. We're all fighting each other. I got to win over Tio. Bars. Hitchins, Lomachenko, Haney. He's fought them all. So you got to give respect to someone like Kambosos because Kambosos did fight them all. I just hope he made some money off from doing so, and I think he did. You know what I'm saying? And I think he's just really trying to see, you know, get that bag so he can be chilling with his parents, with his kids. How old is Kambosos now? How old is George Kambosos? Let's look him up real quick. Yeah. George Kambosos' age. He's 32.
George Kambosos Jr.
He's 32. Julian Falcon, appreciate you. He's 32 years of age. 32 years of age, and you're a millionaire. Let's see how much money he's worth. Because because I'm concerned because if he's made some money, I'm not trying to count his money. I just want to know what kind of money he has. George Kambosos' net worth. No.
According to Benzinga.
George Kambosos' net worth. Net worth is not publicly available. Let's see. All right, and a few clinches as 5 million. Other mentioned that it could be around 1.5. Sporty. Okay. Okay, look, per Sports, Kambosos earned a guaranteed purse of 10 million for his first fight against Haney. Haney would take home 2.8. Haney took less money in order for the fight to take place. Pay-per-view share was 70-30 in favor of Kambosos. Cool. Yeah. Kambosos is set, dude. He's set. He's good. And he's fighting these guys because I think it's more than just money now. And the way he talks, he doesn't even talk about money because he's made the money necessary to take care of his family and his family's family. He's good right now. He's in Australia chilling. You know what I mean? He's going back home. And, he's going to spend time with his family. Everybody's set. He challenged himself. Nobody can take away from the wins and the accomplishments that he had. He was already undefeated when he fought Tio Lopez and took his O. So, and he gets beat by Devin. Devin gets beat by Ryan. Then Ryan gets beat by Rolly and Tank. It's a good thing for Kambosos to test himself, honestly. Triple D will retire Usyk, Kwan's big guns. Ooh. Macho. I'm going to bed now, Kurt. It's 6 a.m. now, so it's about time. Wish me luck for tomorrow, LOL. Good night, chat. Julian Falk and Counterpunch to you. Good luck tomorrow for your adventures of going to work and living your life. And thank you for tuning in to Counterpunch Boxing News, where it's always news that you can use, man. Come on, people. Counterpunch. Let's see. My man Triple G will pull the upset. Well, I hope he does. And I always go for the underdog. And I think that he has the potential. Well, he has the punching power. And then let's see if he has the... what's the word? What does Triple D need? The mental responsibility. He needs he needs to stay poised. He needs mental strength, mental fortitude. He needs heart. I don't know if it's heart. I think it's different. I think it's more mental. You know what I mean? Because he has to stay competent. He needs to stay competent, because if he doesn't stay competent, he's going to be in a situation where he's going to get frustrated. And I think someone like Danny Dubois can't take being in a situation that he can't control. Happy Father's Day to the Counterpunch boxing community and to you, King Kurt. Skrilla 50 in the building. Thank you, brother. To all the fathers, happy Father's Day to you as well. God bless you all. I hope you guys are good and safe. I hope you guys have a great time. Hey, brother, would Triple D duck classed as a runner? Whoa. Hey, brother, would Triple Duck be classed as a runner as he ran from Parker? Well, if he beats Usyk and he doesn't fight Parker, yes, then we can roast him all day long, and I will enjoy every minute of it, because justice for Parker is always here as long as there's injustice near. Bars. Major Key Boxing. Whoa. Major Key Boxing in the building. Florida in the building. Popping in to show love, Kurt. Appreciate you, Major Key. I'm glad you're good and safe out there in Florida, because I know it's going down and I know it's getting dangerous. Triple D needs a hammer and his sister Caroline to beat Usyk. I guess, man. I guess what you say. What's this nonsense? Counterpunch to you. What's this nonsense? What do you say? It's better to lose to Usyk than to lose to Parker. That was a smart move on Triple D. Yeah, it was smart though. Honestly, it was smart. Because you lose the Usyk. Usyk is the best, and he is the champ, along with you. So if you lose to him, he takes your belt, the belt that he had, that he gave to you, pretty much. But other than that, if he lost to Parker, it would be over anyway. So I do get it. I will do a short about it. Actually, in closing, I thank you guys for showing up once again. to enjoy this live stream. The fight, the reflection will be tomorrow. So Father's Day in full effect. So all the fathers come aboard. We will have a good live stream tomorrow. Okay, because I believe it's a travel day tomorrow. So I will be going live so we can recap what we saw tonight for those who missed tonight. But you guys that are ready to listen to Counterpunch Boxing News, see you tomorrow. Love you guys. Be blessed. And everyone that tuned in, you've been counterpunched. Peace.